Regular meeting of City Council with Committee of the Whole to order for Monday, January 23rd, 2023. Our first order of business, actually, before I get to the first order of business, I just wanted to wish Councillor Apollonio a happy birthday today. So happy birthday. And it's actually my son's birthday today too, so he's a little bit more important than you, but so, happy birthday. You're welcome. So our first delegation, 2.1, we have Jay, Lisa, Lucas, Cameron, Brooklyn, and Tyrell here for the New Year's babies. So Tyrell Weeb was born at 1:10 on January 1st, so congratulations. So if you guys want to come up and... I got the pleasure of meeting everybody already, but yeah, congratulations. We got you some little gifts. So we got this one here for, I got a blanket with the city logo. We put on right there. So yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then we got Brooklyn, Lucas. That's for you. And then that's Brooklyn. And then Cameron, that one's yours. Well, I guess I can take the names off. Unless you guys want more stuff.
Thank you.
There you go. You got that? Awesome. So congratulations. I was just going to get a picture too with everybody. I also wanted to, take this time to welcome you to town. I know that you guys just moved here, you said within the years. So yeah, so congratulations and welcome to our city. So thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. So we'll just get this. I'm going to get all the council to come out too for the picture. So.
I'm gonna have to stand in front.
Are you guys excited for a new brother? Yeah? Yeah. Good. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, our next order of business is delegation 2.2. We have Dr. Magna Duplessis here. So we did our community awards in December. So this was the last award to give out. So this one is for the Citizen of the Year. So the nominees have to have a positive impact in our community, have to demonstrate a personal commitment to the benefit of the community, have performed an outstanding achievement of act of heroism, have overcome significant personal adversity, have positive and inspiring personal attributes that serve to encourage others. So I'm very honored to give this one out because I really believe that you have went above and beyond the call of duty for all of these in the city of Dawson Creek. I've been only in this role for a few months, but I've had a lot of meetings with Northern Health. It seems like it's almost a couple a week, and your name comes up almost on every call on how much you've given back and how much you're doing for our medical system in Dawson Creek and helping bring new doctors to town, and also the maternity care clinic with the Chickadee Clinic. We know how well that's been for our community as well. So just really wanted to thank you for everything you're doing for our community. We really appreciate it and congratulate you on on this award. It is well deserved. So thank you very much. So. Congratulations. And then we got this there, so I'll take it without trying to drop it. There you go. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Look at the picture. I'll get everybody to come out again. So. I'm just doing this so everybody gets lots of exercise. Charlie doesn't like walking lots, so I'm gonna make this a team.
So usually I'm sleeping.
Yeah. Thank you. No worries. Yeah.
Are you gonna move over here then?
we
Right?
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Thank you so very much.
No problem.
Congratulations.
You're still
Yeah,
working.
you bet. Yeah. All right, our next order of business is 2.3. We have Heather Desarmia, the Public Affairs Advisor for TC Energy, John Vance Bronson, Founder and Board Director of the ARC, Kim Hughes, Executive Director of South Peace Child Development Center, in attendance, reading the 2022 kindness meter presentation. So just before I call everybody up, you know, I've had the pleasure the last few months of getting to know TC Energy quite a bit more. So we got a tour out there. I've got to know Heather and a lot of their team there. So, you know, I heard a story actually on the weekend. You have an employee, Sheldon Weens, that works for you. And in November, there was an accident in the Pine Pass. A gentleman that was traveling, I think from New York. And Sean and one of your employees stopped and helped this gentleman in a snowstorm and took him back to a town, got a tow truck, made sure he was taken care of, and he wrote a letter to TC Energy just thanking on how much those two gentlemen went above and beyond, you know, what our, you know, call is. And to me, that's just, you know, how we all should be as give back. But it's just so, you know, it's just another thing, just a great part of our community to have, you know, companies like TC Energy that offer, you know, the service you do, but also just brings, you know, those people to town. So I just wanted to really give a shout out to Sheldon for that. And that's part of the relationship. I feel the same relationship that we've started to create with TC Energy. And I know for the last 10 years, you've had a relationship with the city of Dawson Creek. And I myself and council really look forward to building on that. You know, and you know, whatever that direction is, we're really excited to be in partnership with TC Energy and have you part of our communities. So, so a little bit about the kindness meter. It was started in 2016, and we had, I think there was 4 meters set up through town where people would put in coins that would donate to you know, kindness. It was a kindness meter. So, and then TC Energy annually would match whatever funds were raised in that. So. So this year there was a little bit more because we had some other things going on in the city, there was some funds donated to it as well. And plus there was some money originally. TC Energy gave a large sum of money in the bank, or a larger sum of money in the bank to help with the program. So this year we're just decided to give out all the funds that we have for it. So I think it's, well, we'll bring the checks out here, but yeah, no, I just, I'll get Heather to come up, and just wanted to thank you again, Heather, from all of us, and we really look forward to continue this relationship with TC Energy. So, yeah, so this year it's $3,600 that we're donating. So there's $1,800 going to the ARC, and then $1,800 going to the South Peace Child Development Center. So, so I don't know if we want to get individually or together. I guess we can invite the ARC up first. Sure. So. You know, the ARC has been around for a long time. It's been around since I was a kid, and I got to use it as a child. I actually had my son's birthday there yesterday. But the story from the ARC is a lot more than that. It goes back to John and the Vance Bronsons that donated and started that facility, just about giving back to youth and bettering our youth. So. You know, I don't even, you know, words don't describe how appreciative I am, and council and all of us, for what you've done for our community, because that facility has saved a lot of youths. And I know for me growing up, I didn't always have the best childhood, and it was always a fun place to go and, you know, just be in a positive, caring atmosphere. So, yeah, so you know, a real heartfelt thank you, like, to you and your family for the donation of that. And it doesn't stop at the ARC for what you've done in our community either. So it is a complete honor for me to be able to present this to you, John. So if you wanted to come up and yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, I appreciate your kind words, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that very much
Yes.
too.
Yeah,
And thank
you're
you
welcome.
very much.
Oh,
Really appreciate community support.
Maybe we'll come over here and get a picture, John.
John,
We'll get.
With the
You
big
can't get away that
fancy
easy. We need a picture of you, so I'll get all the council.
Well, we are in here.
Yeah.
You give it the sentiment, you should be in the middle.
Well, I'd rather see you in the middle.
Does the bank accept this check on this?
I don't know. Times have changed, so they might have been.
No. Forgot my
Hi.
briefcase.
How you doing, sir?
Realized halfway
Thank you
here
so very much.
that I had to get heckled by a 5-year-old for getting my briefcase.
Oh,
Just
that's
moved
good.
on the back.
No, I can't control that.
Okay, here we are. Behind you.
Thank you, sir.
You may as well stay here.
Like
Yeah.
5 years
We're
Well-
going out for about 10 seconds, and it was 10 seconds, so that was good.
Yeah.
Thank you once again,
Thank
wonderful,
you so much.
wonderful
Yeah, you're
to
welcome.
meet
Thank
you
you.
again.
You also go by,
Yeah, thank you.
Great to
I
meet
appreciate everything you guys do.
Darcy, I'm saving energy, I'm staying here, right?
Well, yeah, you
Oh.
can. Yeah. Actually, I'd rather you walk back, Charlie. Trying to save a few steps. I'm doing this just for
I need to
you.
walk, my friend.
Oh, yeah, Darcy, steps in.
Getting all confused here with my.
Sure, how's it going? Stay up
The second one, the South Beach Child Development Center, same thing, you know, just a huge part of our community and, you know, helping childcare and what you do. I got to go up there, I think it was in September, October, and got a tour and just see the new, not new direction, but I know there's a lot of new things going on at the Child Development Center. So, you know, another, you know, huge part of our community and what you do and the whole staff up there. I've been up there with our kids and, you know, and for fundraisers and to help too. So it's just always so pleasant to come in there. Everybody just really wants to be there and they're truly about just, you know, giving these kids a better life and helping. And yeah, so it's an exciting morning to be able to do this to both you and welcome Kim. So.
Thank you very much.
All right, Charlie, come on. Oh, I was gonna make a comment if you needed a nap now.
No, he's helping out with us.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so very much.
Did you want to say it? I got do you have a mic?
Sure. I mean,
And thank you so very much, TCS.
absolutely, no one, well, you know, I won't take up too much airtime. But really appreciate our ongoing partnership with the city of Dawson Creek. As you mentioned, it's been well over a decade now, started with both of our predecessors and as it's evolved to our relationship today and of course with council and your team here. And I really appreciate you sharing that story about Sheldon and the TC Energy because I hadn't been fully sort of, I'm gonna say briefed on that story, but we preach safety from the rooftop. It's our absolute #1 value. But something else that ties in, of course, to our community investment and Build Strong program, I mean, we all work, live, and play here. A large portion of our team, like Sheldon and Sean, a few others that you've mentioned, while we're working here supporting the energy infrastructure here in the Peace region to support, of course, not just BC, but Canada and globally, we're here to make a difference in the community where we all work, live, and play. So, I mean, it's just as important for us to be able to partner with folks like the city of Dawson Creek and such as other well-known and very impactful organizations in the community here. So, I mean, we think about Sean, he's got kids here in the community, Sheldon, growing family. So, I mean, all these services benefit, you know, members of our family as well. So, very much want to take the time to thank all of you here today and just to share that we are more than happy to be here in the community as part of the family.
Perfect.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. All right, our next order of business is 2.4. We have Dennis Kosterky, President, Paul Davey, Vice President, and Gary Higson, you don't have a title, retired, Council Representative for the Dawson Creek Athletics Association in attendance, reason the 2023 permissive tax exemption policy. So you guys are welcome just to come up to the delegation table there. And then you just got to push the button on that mic, Dennis. And then I will turn it on. And then like I mentioned before, we do set a timer for 10 minutes, which is on the screen. So at the end, you don't have to end right at that minute, but I'll just get you to wrap up at that time. So
Yep.
yeah, so the floor is all yours and welcome you guys.
Okay,
So.
thank you for having us. I just start with a little bit of history that's not in the submission. At one time, not so long ago, the golf course was seen as a valuable asset to the city. Council gave $25,000 grant per year. They received discounted water prices for the golf course, and they were granted permissive tax. Over the years, this has been eroded away. The DCAA believes that the city and the Dawson Creek Athletic Association have been partners since 1931. Our submission has shown how we have worked together in the past to provide sport and sporting facilities to the citizens of Dawson Creek. The DCAA is asking to be put back on the permissive tax roll. We believe that the city and the DCAA can work together collaboratively to enhance the use of this facility. Examples could be the city's golf tournament would be held in Dawson Creek instead of out of town. The city's junior program could be run in Dawson Creek instead of out of town. And possible winter uses should be explored. And I'll just hand it over to Mr. Hickson. Well, he said 10 minutes.
Dennis touched on this, but there's been a partnership between the DCAA and the city for many, many years. It included structures like the arena, the curling rink, Encana Center, or Ovintiv Center now, I guess, is situated on land that was owned by the president of the original Dawson Creek Athletic Association. It provides a green space in the city. It's the first thing you see heading out to Alaska, and it's the last thing you see coming into town. Same thing on the Hart Highway. As well as being a green space, I have made some copies of this because unfortunately I was out of town and I didn't have the opportunity to do much for the first presentation, but Dawson Creek bylaw 4399 is the natural hazards. It designates natural hazards and says what it hopes will happen with that type of property. The golf course has a large portion of it that's been designated as a natural hazard. The creek runs through it, and that whole creek area is a natural hazard. What it says in the bylaw is the objectives of the natural hazards designation is to ensure that these areas are generally protected from development activities, regulate development on lands a natural hazard in order to avoid property loss and maintain bank stability, retain the natural features of these areas. I would suggest that there's nothing better than a golf course to meet those objectives, and that if that golf course doesn't exist, those objectives are going to be a lot more difficult to keep in place. A town needs amenities to attract and keep people here. I'm one of those people. I came here about 42 years ago. I came here for 1 year, and then I was out of here. I stayed here, and I'm going to stay here, and I raised a family here, and it's because of the amenities in this town. Approximately 30 people work there. A lot of them are part-time, but it is a place of employment, seasonal employment. I also made a copy of the District of Taylor's year-end sheet for 2021. I wasn't able to get 2022. But the city of Taylor and our golf course are similar in the sense that they're probably the only golf courses inside the city limits in any municipality or city around here. The difference is they own the golf course and they run the golf course. They lost in 2021 $60,000. We don't cost the city anything. We provide the same facility inside the city limits at no cost to the city. And it appears the District of Taylor is prepared to take a loss. Now, I know they have a different tax base. I got that. They get probably quite a bit more in business taxes than the city does here. But like I say, we will provide the same services, and we're not going to cost the city a dime. Thank you. I guess that's the end of our submission.
Okay. Well, thank you. I just, we did get your presentation and reviewed it, so thank you for that, and thank you for coming in here. And, also I want to thank the DCA for what they do in our community. I've also was involved in the DCA, and they do a lot for support youth in our community. And I know you mentioned the curling rink. There's the Ski Hill golf course. There's been lots that they do, and a lot more besides those two. So there was one thing if we can maybe clarify just before I open it up to council for questions, but with the permissive tax exemption with this policy, can you talk about real dollars, what that means to the golf course? Like, would it be, like, is it 5,000 you guys are paying now and it goes up? Like,
It looks like it'd be 77,677.75 this year. If we were paying full taxes, it would be almost 30,000.
30,000.
And that's dependent on the assessments, of course.
Yeah, because the assessment came in a lot higher, right, Gary, than you had to call.
On
and
one
get it.
property it did this year,
Yeah.
yes.
It was up 66%.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, and then just one thing I just wanted to clarify just on your
Yes.
presentation. You mentioned the golf tournament for the city is held out of town. I just wanted to clarify that this was held at Farmington Fairways, which maybe not directly be us in our city, but it is part of our city. We look at the city as a whole region, so that golf course spends a lot of money in our economy, and so I just wanted to clarify that we weren't traveling to Grand Prairie or to Red Deer for a golf tournament. We were supporting somebody that's local. So
I think part of like what we see is not just simple things like a golf course. We see working with the recreation department to put on golf clinics or those sorts of things. And I think Dennis mentioned this, cross-country trails in the winter. We have a building that could be used for functions. We don't mean to limit it just to a golf tournament.
Correct.
yeah, okay, yeah, I think it'd be great for youth, right? Like, and we have such amazing Parks and Rec department to work together. So
Yeah.
And then the DCAA owns the land buildings out there, right, and is looking at putting money in,
That's
and the golf
correct.
course just leases from you and operates.
That's
it.
correct, yes.
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
did provide a copy of the lease agreement in the back
Yeah.
of our submission. But the DCA basically owns the property, but we lease it back to them. They pay us $10,000 a year, but if they show improvements on the land or whatever, most times we give them their money back. The DCA is not in the business to make money, believe it or not.
Yeah.
It's probably not a good business model,
No.
but it's in the business to ensure that, people can play golf out there at an affordable price.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. All right, I'm going to open this up to council. Councillor Parslow.
Yes, I think there's all sorts of possibilities that totally excite me. I was telling Dennis that there was a program on CBC about Los Angeles and the lack of parks, and they contrasted Los Angeles with the city of Toronto and other municipalities around there, and how there was sort of dynamic recreational service. Because obviously Toronto, you can't golf in the winter either, but it was being put to good use, and there was. So I'm all for what has been what Dennis said, for sure. You appealed the assessment, didn't you? The assessment went up.
We
Or
will be appealing.
You
these.
will be appealing.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't have a question. On what grounds were you rejected? Because you haven't done that.
It's actually finalized.
Oh,
The
okay.
assessment went up, but we have got it reduced again to almost what it was.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Good. Doesn't change anything for me, but I was just interested on the. I thought you'd appealed it, but you obviously have interceded and got somewhere with it. So I was interested in the grounds of denial, but so my question's irrelevant.
Gary's been handling our appeal.
Yeah,
Doing it very well.
clearly have a
appears to-
very
it
good
appears to
person
be.
there. Yeah. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, delegation, for coming and meeting with us today, as the mayor said, and I'll echo, thank you for your efforts in the community. Before, I have one or two things, but I just want to direct a question or two to staff. You mentioned in your presentation that in years past, the golf course of the Athletic Association had received a $25,000 grant in addition to a reduced water rate. And this is, in all our discussions about permissive tax and subsidies for stuff like this is the first I've ever heard about that. I was wondering if staff could provide some context about if you know what the rationale for that was and if other organizations were also receiving it, just for my own edification, so I can kind of
So through your
understand this
worship, just for clarity, are you talking about rationale for a reduced water rate?
Well, I understood for a golf course, but was it kind of a one-off specific to the golf course, or and did it? It was essentially what it was, or
Yeah, so through your worship, I honestly, I don't know off the top of my head on that one. I would have to dig into that a little bit. I suspect it would have, and maybe the delegation will be able to provide some background that I don't have, but
okay.
I suspect it would have revolved around the irrigation side of things, but I would have to, I just don't have that right off the
Okay.
top.
Do we know when it was discontinued or around
The
when?
preferred rate?
Yeah.
I don't believe
Okay.
there's a
Oh,
preferred rate
maybe.
that I'm aware of, but unless the delegation.
I can answer some of that
Yeah, if
for
you
you.
could. Sorry, I was.
So this was back when Jim Shute was the CEO. They received the 25,000. I was on the golf course board at that time, and we did receive water. We actually had a line that is no longer in use that used to come right to the golf course, and we used that water. So,
Okay.
but it hasn't been that way for probably since Jim Shute was the CEO.
Okay. And grounds maintenance, is that done with potable or raw water?
We have dugouts out there.
Okay.
We hold, I believe it's 11 million gallons. We have permits through the British Columbia government
Okay, cool.
to hold water, and all our watering now is done with that. And
Cool.
at certain times of the year, obviously, we're either flooded or we're droughted. But when we're droughted, we're limited to, or they are limited to watering with only the greens.
Okay. Cool. Thank you for just.
Historically, potable water was used at the golf
Okay.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When the price of water went up, that was when the potable water was not used anymore, so.
Okay, cool. No, thank you for that bit of context. It's always good to know and kind of understand the history, because as I've learned in my work here, every organization's history with the city and the arrangements are all a bit different. I appreciate, especially with the assessment going up, that puts you guys in a tough situation. It's a pretty unwelcome surprise in the budget when you look at that. I know our intent as a council, or previous council, I guess we've got a new council here, was the permissive tax exemption was essentially an open-ended subsidy, right? From our perspective, it's not a direct subsidy. It's not coming out of expenses, but it's foregone revenue that has to be made up elsewhere. And similar to you, if taxes go up or asset value goes up, that's that much more foregone revenue that has to be recaptured somewhere else. So it's tricky. I appreciate your passion about the subject. Certainly, I'm happy to listen to it. And if we can find some added value for both of our organizations in working together with Recreation to bring some more activity there, I think that's a worthwhile place to start the conversation. But thank you, guys.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald?
Good morning, gentlemen. In your submission, you said you guys currently have 332 members. How does that compare to historical membership?
That is somewhat of a historical membership. That was from 2 years ago.
From 2 years ago? So have you seen an increase or a decrease?
During COVID, there was an increase.
During-
I'm not exactly sure what it was.
Okay,
The golf course became kind of a haven during COVID because that was the only place you could go and somewhat get recreation and socialize. And that's a point I guess we would like to make as well, is that in times where there might be restrictions on activities, the golf course is someplace where you can go because the golf course had a number of restrictions placed on it by the Ministry of Health and by liquor control and all of that, but it still operated. I mean, you could go out and golf.
right.
You couldn't sit in a cart with somebody, but you go out and
No,
golf.
no, of course, right. Do you have any idea of your non-member usage on a weekly basis? Just your drop-ins
Oh, you mean, okay.
that are those that are just coming and paying green fees to do a round?
That would be a figure we could probably get fairly easily, but I don't have it now.
Okay. Just a point. I agree. The golf course on a whole is a beautiful landmark as we come into the community from Alaska or leaving the community. But the torn nets of the driving range are sure an eyesore. I know you have an operator you have a lease with. How much discussion do you have with them about how they maintain your property?
Yeah. So just like your council, their board has changed also. But I do know that the nets, the net costs are over, I believe, almost 200,000 to replace everything out there. The poles that are bent from our wind, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So we are renegotiating the lease with them again this year. The money will not be changing as far as how much money, but we have had meetings with them in regards to their operation of the restaurant, which will be enhancing. They're looking at, and I can't guarantee it, but I did speak to the guy this morning that is going to be taking over, and they're looking at running for a full year. So they'll be able to host other events out there.
Increase your revenue.
And they are trying,
Yes.
but they don't have any money. I know it looks like there's money there if you look through the budgets. A lot of time at the end of the year, they put on what is a sale, a discount 5% if you buy your membership early. They need that money up front, and that's where that money sits there and looks like there's a bunch of money there. They need that to kick off their year to start again.
Right.
So that's how they do that.
Just the existing capital.
Yeah, exactly.
I agree fully with your comment about how ugly the nets are.
Totally.
Yeah, it's not a.
The
Yeah,
trouble with replacing them is, the cost, but they were originally purchased not for this country. The wind doesn't go through the nets the way it should,
Right.
and that's what caused all the rips and tears. The next expenditure has to be a major one so that won't happen again. The golf course is looking for sponsors. It might become the Ovintiv driving range or something like that. That's the hope of what will happen. So.
Right. Another possible good use for that South Peace Mackenzie grant, right? Would recommend trying to look into that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Just if I may, sir, I'm sorry. Right now, how many banquets, weddings do you guys host a year out there?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have that information, and it's only because we're actually not the golf course.
No,
We're-
right.
Yeah, so I don't have that.
Okay.
I do know some people that have had a wedding out there, but I couldn't give you that number.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you did send your lease, but I didn't draw it out of there. Are they responsible for paying the taxes, or are you guys? Is it
They
in
are.
your lease that they pay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's the last of my questions.
And-
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would just comment that the reason that they're responsible for paying that is because the lease amount is so little
Yes,
to us for that type of property.
yes. It's normal.
Yeah.
Councillor Apollonio?
Good morning. Welcome to the council. And I know I've been like for 14 years, and I appreciate the golf course there because it's really green. So I just want to know. I think it's in congruence with Councillor McDonald. Is the hall now open for other function, or are you going to open soon? Like gatherings, like birthday or something, or
Yeah, so-
community activity, something like that.
So they are trying to secure a party that would run this golf course, the upstairs year round.
Okay.
At present, they're not. They operate only the odd time when there is something special, and they have it catered. But at this time, that is one of the major things they're looking at doing is opening it so that it's open year round for whether it be a funeral, a birthday, whatever it would be.
Yeah, because the reason I asked, because you know us, we like to party or we like to have some gatherings, and sometimes we're we're running out of halls to rent during the season or even winter times. So at least if this will be open to the public, that will be a good contribution. At least also we will be enlightened about the golfing thing. So because we normally don't golf, we just basketball. So
Right.
so that's a good thing.
Yeah, there is tournaments and such that are, a lot of the oil companies and such hold tournaments out there, and a lot of say the co-op, different businesses have their golf tournaments out there, and they all have a meal and et cetera. It's all catered to them.
And I hope the price wouldn't be too stiff. I hope it will be just reasonable in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
It was open for Christmas parties.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest problem that there has been quite a bit of turnover in running the upstairs or the restaurant, and hopefully that'll come to an end this year. So.
Yeah, they've had some struggles out there, but like you mentioned that they got a new board out there. I've met a few of them, and it seems like they're, it seems like nothing against the old boards. Everybody's done a lot of good things out there, but it seems like this new board is definitely trying to improve things. So
Yeah, I definitely think that they are moving in the right direction. So
yeah. Was there any other comments? I had just one thing, I guess. So what happens next is this will get brought back under mayor's business, and we'll go through it. I just want to clarify what the ask is. So I know that there's permissive tax, and I think you guys contributed, the golf course did a little bit last year, and then it goes up. But is the ask to have just the smaller amount that it's been, or is the ask to have no taxes, or I just wanted to be clear on what your guys' ask is. So
In the perfect world,
yeah.
I think if there was a cap that was, a reasonable cap, the golf course could budget for that, and it may not be an expense that would cost or cause membership to go up 25% or something like that.
Yeah.
If it was capped at what we paid last year, I think the golf course would be really happy about that. I'd be really happy about that. It's the future that we're worried about.
Yeah, and then with the uncertainty of assessment too, right? If that's not capped, you don't have.
It looks like it's going to become an annual argument on the assessment.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, I don't have any more questions. I think I understand everything really clear. I do want to thank the three of you for coming in. Also, I want to thank the DCA for what they do in the community. And I know you guys don't run the golf course, so tough to answer some of the questions. But,
Yes.
I know what you guys do, and also want to thank the three of you for what you guys do in our community, not even with the DCA alone, but I know all three of you have always been super active and on making our community a better place. And that's what I'm about and this council is about, is how do we do things right moving forward, and just worry about today and the future, and just, you know, do what's right, and things seem to work out good.
Right.
So we're happy to have, you know, this partnership with you guys and for what you do for our community. So thank you. So
Okay, well, we thank you for listening to us today, and like I say, we're all volunteers as well.
Yeah.
Our board is a volunteer board, and I think it's, if you read the submission and have read it, it's pretty amazing that we're almost 100 years old, and that, you know, those gentlemen that started the DCAA, they did it in very challenging times. And they
Yeah.
put their own money out there so that there could be sport for the citizens, or I guess the village at that time of Dawson Creek. So it's pretty amazing that they would do that.
yeah, I agree. The history of the DCA, when I sat on there, I think for probably 10 years, and out of all the boards I sat on, it was almost one of the most prestigious, because you get in there and you learn the history, and you see the people that, you know, were on those boards and what they did in the community, and that it was, you know, none of it was about personal gain. It was all about how do we enhance our city, you know, and youth, right? Youth is extremely important to me. It's, you know, it's the backbone to our future, right? So,
Yeah.
So thank you guys again. So,
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks, council. Thanks,
Thank you.
admin. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Paul, you got away without speaking.
I did.
Yeah.
Lucky you guys.
Yeah.
Could have used your computer know-how last meeting, Paul.
Yeah.
You know where to find me.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Good folks.
All right, next was 2.5. We're just gonna, we'll come back to that one later on because it's set for 12:30. So, 3 late items. There's no late items. 4 new counselor business. Counselor McDonald.
Sorry, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to reflect on the trip yourself and I made to the 20th BC Natural Resources Forum. What a great time it was we had. You know, just getting the opportunity for His Worship and myself to get to know our neighbors, get out there and meet industry leaders, make those relationships, be good neighbors, build on it, get ready for the next 4 years with them. You know, it was just wonderful to learn about BC's LNG and how, you know, LNG is and will be our economy in BC. It's going to be the driver. It's going to be the backbone. And to learn about, you know, the innovations and the developments they're making in our backyard here in Dawson Creek, in the Peace region, that we have the LNG with the lowest carbon footprint in the world, upstream, downstream, it doesn't matter. Multiple times during this conference, Dawson Creek specifically was mentioned by industry leaders. Our region was. It was just great to hear and see. And to be on hand when they made the announcement for the Blueberry River First Nation and their historic signing. You know, Chief Judy with Blueberry River, Chief Trevor with Doig, Chief Justin with Soto, Chief Darlene with Halfway. Their councils and themselves are truly pioneers. They're going to make a huge difference in resource development in our region, in our province, and in our nation. And I just congratulate them on the movement they've made forward. Yeah.
Perfect.
It was a great time. We really enjoyed it. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I was, I'll cover a bit more on that too for my part on later on, but thank you very much. So, Councillor Apollonio.
Okay, good morning again. Just giving an update. I just attended the Dawson Creek Public Library Board meeting last Monday, January 16, 2023. And of course, I think the board now isn't complete. They already have the new, the new board membership, like 3 from the outside Dawson Creek. Is that right, Ms. Brenda? And of course, we're hiring now a possible communications manager for the board. So at least to make though I know the public library is working hard, but I think they need one more person or like a communication manager just to, to integrate more the library board to the community, what's happening whole year round, and of course, more people will come in. And of course, I attended the Work-Based Job Fair last January 19, 2023 at the Calvin Crook Center. It was a good turnout from the public, especially from newcomers, especially coming from other part of the country, like from the new students especially. So it's a big help, especially making employment work. And I'm still believing Dawson Creek there's a lot of employment. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Apollonio. Anybody else? No? All right, our next order of business is adoption of minutes. So 5.1, we have minutes of the public hearing from January 9th, 2023 for adoption, as well as 5.2, the minutes for the regular meeting of council from January 9th, 2023.
Excuse me, Your Worship, we did have an amendment to the regular set of minutes
Okay.
brought forward by Councillor Parslow.
Okay.
And we can make those changes once we review the video.
Okay, so then do we just,
So a motion to approve as amended would be in order.
okay, can I get a motion to approve as amended? Councillor Sudnick, second, Councillor McDonald. I will call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Is there any business arising minutes? No? Okay. Next, we have correspondence 7.1. We have a letter from Jennifer Dyson, Chair, Provincial Agriculture Land Commission, received on December 22nd, 2022. And the reason was the electoral congratulations to Mayor and Council and an invitation to meet. Is there anybody that's, Councillor McDonald?
I would like to make a motion that we accept that invitation and have staff reach out to set up a time where we can meet.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Kempf? Any discussion? No, I call that to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. 7.2, we have a letter from Chelsea Modishaw, Emergency Planning Manager for the City of Dawson Creek, sent on January 13th, 2023. Reason was a request for a letter of support for the funding request to UBCM for $40,533.57 from the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, Emergency Support Services. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move the requested resolution that the City of Dawson Creek supports the funding application in the sum of $40,533.57 to the 2023 UBCM Community Emergency Preparedness Fund for the Emergency Support Services Recruitment and Regionalization Project. Further, that the city will act as the primary applicant and grant manager if the application is successful.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald, is there any discussion? Councillor Earl?
Well, I don't have any questions because the request is well put together, but Chelsea showed up here, so if there's anything she wants to add. Okay. Didn't want to pull her out of her office for nothing. Okay. Okay, no, I just add to I guess the public watching, emergency preparedness, obviously with the wildfires and flooding and various other things that we've been had put upon us over recent years has become top of mind for many municipalities, and how we as a region marshal our resources and ensure that we have the know-how and expertise to deliver for people in their time of need is important, and I hope this grant comes to fruition and we can continue to build that capacity here.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I'd also like to thank you, Chelsea, for what you do for this. And I know that there's, last year your services were used in other places, and I know there was a lot of thanks and appreciation for what you offered. So, yeah, so thank you. All right, no more discussion. I will call this question to vote. Oh. There we go. Might have been my fingers. I don't know, Brenda. The vote is closed. I'm assuming it was carried. Yeah, carried. Next, we have 7.3, we have correspondence from Joe Judge, Rotary Club of Dawson Creek and Chetwynd, received on January 11th, 2023. Reason the donation for the Rotary Online Auction 2023. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that we grant Mr. Judge's request that the City of Dawson Creek donate 2 service credit notes for $250 each. I'm not sure, as I say this motion, what the credit notes were specific to, but I assume staff will do that. Okay. And that be funded through the city's grant program.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor Apollonio? And I'm assuming the gift cards are for Parks and Rec, right? Yeah. Any discussion? No, I'll call this to vote. Oh, Councillor Earl.
Other than to thank the local Rotary for putting this on and encourage everybody to check out their auction when it goes live and help support, because that money stays in the community.
Councillor McDonald?
Just to confirm, in the request there, it didn't say how many credit notes we gave last year. Did we only give 2? We did just give 2? Okay. Just want to make sure we weren't downgrading.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. All right, any other discussion? No? I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 7.4, letter and invoice from Patricia Adamson, President and Chair of the Dawson Creek and District Chamber of Commerce. Reason the City of Dawson Creek's 2023 annual membership fee. Councillor McDonald?
I'd like to make a motion that the City of Dawson Creek continue to be a member of the Dawson Creek Chamber of Commerce, and we pay this invoice.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick, any discussion? No? I'll call this question to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, 7.5, we have email from Jeff Payne, President and Vice Chancellor for the University of Northern British Columbia, sent on January 9th, 2023. Reason the UNBC Strategic Planning Community Engagement Session. Councillor Earl?
I guess I'll move we receive for information.
Second. Councillor McDonald? Is there any comments in regards to?
One thing of note, I'm sure Northern Lights College gets this, but I think it would be, if they don't, worth forwarding and encouraging them to, just in referencing the event I attended, I think last month, around their strategic planning and opportunities for partnership and collaboration. I do think, there's some great educational opportunities here in town, but there's stuff that we do have to go elsewhere for. And I would just want to make sure we're our local stakeholders in post-secondary education are apprised of what regional stakeholders are up to, so we can all make sure we're firing on all cylinders where possible.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. All right, maybe we could just make a note to staff to send this out to council. I know we see it now, but just as a reminder, because there's also a Zoom meeting in there that we could attend. So, all right, I will call this one to vote. Vote is closed. Thank you. And I'm going to call a 10-minute recess, so thank you. Our next order of business was reports, or 8 reports. 8.1, we have report number 23-009 from the Chief Financial Officer, reason the 2022 return on investment. Councillor Parslow, we missed you.
That report number 23-009 from the CFO re 2022 return on investments received for information.
Seconded, Councillor McDonald. Not sure if there's any comments. I just wanted to say a thank you to staff and Terry for, obviously what you do every day, but for doing this for our city as well. So thank you very much. So, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to echo those thoughts as well. Terry and her department have done an excellent job with the city's money, and just wanted to say thank you so very much.
I'll put this question to vote. Oh, Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just a quick question. Thank you, Terry, for this and your work. But through you to staff, Your Worship, the difference between the interest earned in 2021 and 2022, is that chalked up primarily to the difference in interest rates, or is there a different investment strategy? Have we adjusted the how we're investing our money to yield that?
Through Your Worship, yeah, a little bit of both. When I first started, a lot of money was kind of sitting idle, so it's been invested. However, during 2022, the interest rates definitely increased. I just reinvested at 5.4%, so it's still increasing. So a little bit of both, but yeah, I make our money work for us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. All right, if there's no more questions, I'll call this to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.2, report number 23-013 from the Director of Infrastructure, reason Crescent View Park snow clearing request. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 23-013 from the Director of Infrastructure regarding Crescent View Park snow clearing request be received. Further, that Council direct staff to add the Crescent View Park walking paths and the sidewalk from 17th Street to 18A Street along 85th Avenue to the sidewalk snow plowing route.
Thank you. I have a second. Councillor McDonald. Is there any discussion? No? All right. I'll call this question to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next order of business is 8.3. We have report number 23-014 from the Development Service Manager, reason proposed animal control budget increase. Councillors, anybody? Councillor Parslow.
I move that we refer this to a future meeting where we can have a long discussion about this in the context of the rest of our budget.
Is that a motion that you, can we move this to a, that would just be deferring, a motion to defer, wouldn't it?
Yeah, through Your Worship, a motion to refer it to a specific time or?
To our next budget meeting.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Earl?
If I can speak to my motion?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm appalled at this increase, and I think we need to use the time between now and our budget to really look at some strategies for dealing with animal care in our community. I can't support anything that has such an outlandish amount of increase. And I would really like us to dig in to the reasons, but it doesn't make it, whatever the reasons are, is completely unacceptable. And I'm wondering what the options are, but I think now isn't the time to do homework at the table. We need to really look at alternatives. As we all know, the context of our time is many businesses, small businesses are struggling. People are finding the squeeze of inflation. And here we have an agency that, for reasons that I don't want to state openly, perhaps, but has seen fit to seek a massive increase. I think our funding capacity is limited, and we maybe need to really look at what services do we really need. Obviously, we can't afford what they want, and so I think we need to do some research as to options.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Brenda, may I? Because this is a motion to refer to, are we allowed to have some discussion right now, or does this need to be?
Yeah, through your worship, the motion is to defer the item, therefore the discussion should be deferred as well.
Okay. So there can be comments to deferring it, so if somebody doesn't agree with deferring it, we can
Yeah,
speak
the
to that.
discussion should be whether or not it be deferred for further discussion within budget.
Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through you to staff with respect to the deferral. Is there in your conversations with the SPCA, have they given us I don't want to use the word drop dead date or a deadline for when we have to have this back to them? Just because, you don't want to
So
leave
through your
them
worship,
hanging and jeopardize the.
we've recently signed a 3-month extension, so that does give us a bit of time. So basically, the first quarter of the year. So we do have that.
Okay. And when is, just because I don't have it before, when is our tentative next budget meeting going to occur?
It'd be next council
Next
meeting.
council meeting. Okay. Thank you, guys.
And just for clarity, Your Worship, just want to be clear that we did explore options. And so that was the whole idea of bringing this report back. Was the original motion was to go back, look at options, explore what was available, and bring back some recommendations. So that's what we've done.
Okay. Thank you. I guess my only comment on the deferral is I'm going to vote against it because I think I'm ready to have this discussion right now on the SPCA and this service. So, but that's just my opinion on it. So if there's no more discussion, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's defeated. 4-3. Defeated 4-3. So Councillor Earl, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Sudnick, and myself voted against. Somebody want to throw a motion out there? Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll put the motion on the floor just so we can get it under discussion. I'll move the recommendation that report number 23-014 from the Development Services Manager regarding proposal to animal control budget increase be received. Further, that council approve an increase to the 2023 draft 2 budget from $202,208 to $241,856 for animal control services. Further, that staff be directed to draft a new 5-year animal responsibility agreement with $241,856 payable in 2023, a 22% annual increase for years 2024 through 2026, and an approximate increase of 17.4% in 2027, equaling $515,198.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl, did you want to speak to that?
As I said, I appreciate the work staff did. I understand this isn't, this isn't a simple. And the reason I voted against deferral is because I don't imagine there's anything we're going to come up with in 2 weeks that we won't have gleaned here today. I mean, we don't categorize it under protective services, but animal control isn't necessarily a nice to have. I'd argue it is much of it, maybe not all of it, is a need to have. And as you've documented in the report, it's not something we could do in-house for less money necessarily. I still, I'm phenomenally frustrated, as Councillor Parslow suggested, that annual increase of that amount. I mean, I recall my jaw hit the floor a couple of years back when BC Transit showed up looking for a 12% bump in a year. And that was, I think, up to that point, the most significant annual year-over-year increase I'd ever seen. And this blows that out of the water. And I still, I still don't know that I'm satisfied with how they've articulated the increased need. I mean, is it a matter of we built a new facility and now we need to, fill it with people? Like, it's just remarkably frustrating knowing the various the demands we've got and we have coming, how municipalities over the long term are going to continue to absorb these kind of escalating costs with our limited access to revenue is just I worry, not just on this one item, but the cumulative effect of these kind of things. And I'm somewhat befuddled and frustrated that this is our options, but this is the option, I guess.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Worship. I would echo Councillor Earl, Councillor Parslow. I would like to see a much more in-depth justification for such an extreme increase to their budget request. I agree. Did the SPCA just decide that they were going to build a new building and staff it with a large number of staff and then hope that they could just come to the city afterwards and have us pay for it? Why wasn't there more discussion about this ahead of time, before they built the building, before they increased their staffing so heavily? Why did we suddenly have 300 more strays in our community that we need to deal with? Points like that. I would like to see, before we agree to any kind of increase at this level, that we see a more in-depth list of reasons why we are being requested for such an extreme increase in budget. I believe that there's got to be a better way than just an increase of over 150% in services all of a sudden, right? There's got to be a better way. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow. Oh, actually, just before you speak, no. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Parslow.
Well, I appreciate the comments of Councillor McDonald. The intention of my motion that was defeated was to do exactly some of the things that he's just articulated. To me, we have to take the position. We can't afford this. So therefore, we need to have a discussion about what do we really need to keep the community safe from vicious dogs and so on, rather than what is nice. Are there ways of raising revenue, such as a dog license, So I would like to see us scale back some of the services back to the level that we're currently giving. If they're saying they need 400,000 to implement the services that we need, this 22% increase annually, maybe we should articulate a service level that is much less than what we're doing right now. It irks me that some people who get pets don't exercise responsibility for them, but why should the rest of the taxpayers pay for that? I do believe we need to have some capacity to do with dangerous animals, but I question the rest of it. And I was hoping that we would have a roundtable discussion as a council about what service do we think is actually needed, rather than what is nice and desirable, but what can we really afford? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Kevin?
So through your worship, just a couple of comments on some of the things that we've heard. One on the building. That was, a question we had as well. Is this building driving the cost increase? The SPCA has been very clear to us that if we enter an agreement with them, that's great. If we don't, that's also great. They are going to continue to operate in the community and provide their service. So that tells me that that's not the sole driver for this proposal that's in front of you, or that was in front of us here a bit ago. The other item is that they did provide us a breakdown in that original request of all their expenses. I concur with council. It's a significant increase. Well, it's more than significant. We've asked a lot of questions. We've chatted with the SPCA. We've chatted with the former manager of the SPCA to try and wrap our minds around, the legitimacy of these increases. Some of the things that we learned through the process is that I think the previous manager was doing a lot with a lot less, and to the point of where it burnt her out and she ended up leaving the organization. And so that probably had a bit of a false sense of reality. And when new management and everything came in, they were unwilling maybe to operate it in the same fashion that she did. So she did a wonderful job, but probably to a fault. As far as, that question that Councillor Parslow just had about whether we could reduce the level of service. We've asked that question. Is there a way that we could scale this back? Could we do something different to reduce costs? The answer we were given is no, that we are, this service is providing the basic level of animal control. We've looked at options of whether we could, mix and match and do things differently. Just kenneling the animals at the SPCA was $337,000. So that's $337,000 for them to just a place to take the animals. That's if we tried to do the animal control ourselves. If we do it with our own staff, we're going to be well over the $500,000, combined. The reason that you have the report in front of you is not because we like the numbers. It's because we believe that the options we looked at, there isn't a whole lot of other options, and we are very uncomfortable about the idea of not having animal control in the community. The SPCA has said that if we have no agreement with them and we have no animal control, they are not going to be coming to respond to a vicious dog. The RCMP are not coming to respond to a vicious dog. As we know, the RCMP are taxed with a lot of other things, and they're not going to be responding. So the question is what happens if there's an attack by a vicious dog in this community on a child, and they're calling you or I and asking us to do something, and we don't have any means to do anything? What are we going to do? And I don't have an answer for you on that. So that is why the report that's in front of you, and again, it's I expected a conversation much like this, and it's like I said, it's not that staff is excited about the numbers, but we do believe that we have limited options at this point. So.
Thanks, Kevin. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to staff again, it mentions in the report as part of the research is reached out to departments of the province, see if there are other municipalities, so on and so forth. Are the costs that have been proposed, not what we were paying, but what they're proposing we pay and what we will be paying moving forward, are those in alignment to the best of our knowledge with what other communities of a comparable size are paying? Or is it, I'm really challenged on this. And then secondly, I know based on our conversations previously with the SPCA that, and maybe refresh my memory, does POOS kick in anything for the animal control at all?
So through your worship, the first one on POOS is that they look after their own animal control, as I understand it.
Okay.
The other question about other communities, what we understand through our conversations that the SPCA is having this exact same conversation with a number of communities that they have agreements with, and they are looking at very similar increases or sizable increases across all of those municipalities.
So what that would suggest to me then that as an organization, they've either been not, flying by the seat of their pants budget-wise and just using the, if there's a, because your explanation earlier suggested that the staff person here was overworking themselves to a fault, and that gave them the false impression that the cost to run their operation here were less than they were actually should have been. But it seems like they've got a number of those instances throughout the province, and they're trying to, in their mind anyway, rectify it and play catch up, I guess.
Yeah, through your worship, I know, like you said, I spoke to the previous manager. I believe 100% that is a component of the cost. There's no doubt about it. I believe, as well as you indicate, they're having similar issues around the province. So there's something more systemic to the organization that I can't speak to. That's for them to answer, but they're having those conversations.
And for my own edification, are there any other, there's basically two options, right? In BC, the SPCA, or you do it in-house, correct? So, and the BC SPCA is a nonprofit organization. They're not governed by a ministry, or it's not like the Transport BC. They're not a crown corporation. It's a, well, that's kind of interesting, because if they have essentially a monopoly over the third-party provision of animal care in BC, and they're upping rates all across the province, this might be a conversation worth, through NCLGA or UBCM having with the provincial government, but that's a conversation for a different time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Sudnick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question, clarification. You'd said that even if we don't have an agreement with them, they're going to remain in the community and still provide a service whether we have an agreement or not. So is the service there, what level of service is that they're still going to provide to the community with or without an agreement? Is it just the vicious dog response, or what might we lose?
So through your worship, my understanding is that the animal control as a whole would be non-existent because we'd have an agreement. They would still have the mandate to deal with cruelty to animals and issues with animals in the rural area and whatnot. Bill, I don't know if Bill has anything to add to that, but they were clear that they would still be in the community providing that service. It just wouldn't be the animal control where they have officers out enforcing our bylaw.
How many bylaw calls do we get? Are we overwhelmed with calls for animal control, or $500,000 for a potential, maybe we might be here? That's a lot of cake for a maybe.
Yeah, so through your worship, I think that those stats came up in the presentation from the SPCA. I want to say that their number of calls around 600 a year. That rings a bell. Yeah, I think it was between 1.5 and 2 calls a day roughly is what they're dealing with. And then whatever falls out of those calls, the investigation and the follow-up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sudnick. Councillor Parslow?
Well, Councillor Sudnick asked the first question that I was going to ask, so I appreciate the question that you asked. Certainly, we probably all have different images of how we can move forward, but for me, my baseline includes cruelty to animals, so it's good to hear the BCSBCA will still take care of that. And we have in the past, we may still do have contracts with individuals to look after beavers and pigeons. I can see us having a contract with a person to respond to dangerous dogs. That is the bottom line. We have to do that. We have to have the capacity. I think we can contract that work out or should explore that. And the cruelty to animals, I'm glad to hear that that's still going to be looked after. There are communities, municipalities that do not have this arrangement with BCSBCA. I'm thinking of Tumbler Ridge, Chetwynd. I'd like to know. I don't know of any problems that they have, and so there's no way I'm going to support this motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Is there anyone else? I had a few if everybody else was done, but I'll had more than a few. I know I've had some dialogue with Kevin already on this, but obviously appreciate what the SPCA does in our community, but this is tough to swallow. I look at our services and what we offer, and personally, I couldn't justify in my own mind spending more on SPCA than we spend on transit for a percentage of our population that needs it, and I just trying to balance that all out. The other part is as we have a PRA agreement, and we're trying to get back to a 70-30 operational versus capital expenditures. So we're going to up our operation suggested by this recommendation by $300,000. So are we planning to, where's that money coming from? Are we planning to cut 2 or 3 employees to come up with that? Because we still have a mandate to get to that 70-30. So I'm just curious if, there was some thoughts around that. Like I personally can't see increasing our taxes anymore to cover this. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around if we're going to add this to our operational budget, where we're going to get the funds for that. And then the other part is licensing. I know there's fines. Like, do we look at, looking at another service and upping our fines? Like, the people that, their pets are going astray and, should be paying for some of this service. Do we look at like a first time fee of $500, second time $1,000, third time $1,500 for those that are getting collected? I know I'm a good pet owner, but I've had to use this service once because one of our pets got away and it was, an $80 fine, which is fair. But I mean, if it's me, not looking after my pets properly and causing somebody else work, I should be paying for that personally as as a person in society. So I'd have a hard time, swallowing upping that amount that every taxpayer in Dawson Creek would then have to pay. I guess you answered some of my other questions, like what if we just say no to this? What, if this gets defeated right now and, we're not into this, what happens then? The other Kevin and myself did talk about with SPCA if they would just do a 1-year extension just so we could look at other things because, this, it's hard, right? And it's not against animal cruelty or any of that. It's just the reality is we're asked to come up with $500,000 for SPCA in extremely tough times for everybody. And we're going to face more tough times with inflation and our costs of stuff going forward, as we seen last year, and everything we did went up. So I don't know if you could answer some of those, Kevin or Bill, and then
So through your worship, you touched on it, and we did reach out to the SPCA late last week to ask about, again, another option, which would be just a 1 year rather than a 5-year agreement, which would give us more time to see if there's some other options. Like I said, we've reached out, we've done our homework on it. But 1 year does give us a year to try and see if there's anything else out there that we can find for a scenario for animal control. That's an option for you. Brenda did give me an update. She dug back onto the number of animals intakes, so I was off base. The quote that the SPCA provided was based on an intake of 220 animals a year, correct, Brenda? Yeah.
Yes, through your worship, that might be, the intakes might not be the same number as the actual calls, though.
Okay, that might be the ones that they actually take into the facility.
Okay. Thank you. And then to the question about like if we opt this, where like have we thought of ahead on our budget where this money is going to come from?
So through your worship, no, that would have to be part of the budget discussion. Obviously, it's going to be a tough decision for council to prioritize if they chose to go with this. That is going to be at the cost of some other service. So, if council chose to do this, then obviously we would need some direction on if we are not to increase. This year it would be a 22% increase. So we're about $40,000 increase. So we would just have to find where that money would come from for this year.
Just to hypothetically, Kevin, if this is defeated and we don't have another motion on the floor for this, when we have our budget meeting in 2 weeks, does that still allow enough time to figure something out? Or if this gets defeated, or do you want some clear direction today from council?
So through your worship, if it's defeated, we still have, like I said, the 3-month agreement that's in place. But I would like some direction on if you would like us to explore some specific options that you feel we may not have, and we can go back and see what we can find.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just for a point of clarification, Mr. Henderson said that in their discussions with the SPCA, it wasn't due to the building, etc. But in our actual report, in a paragraph underneath summary and background, specifically says staff met with BC SPCA representatives to go over the increases. BC SPCA representatives noted that the new $2.4 million facility constructed in 2018, along with the increased staff, training, and equipment requirements, led to the increase in costs, which are reflected in the new proposal for animal control and shelter services. So that says to me that they made these increases without a lot of foresight and just assumed that the city would roll over and pay their bills for them. That we need to have a much harder conversation with the SPCA, that we do not have the money to pay for their building, pay for their new training, etc. That maybe they need to come back to us and work out a better deal. We need to have a harder conversation, work out a better deal than such a massive increase that falls all on our city and taxpayer shoulders.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through you to Brenda, the corporate officer. So I was the initial mover of this recommendation. Am I able to amend it, or would somebody else have to move an amendment, or would it be cleaner to defeat it if I wanted to pursue the 1-year extension option while we looked at other options?
Yeah, through your worship, any member of council is able to provide an amendment to the motion.
Okay.
Once a motion is moved and seconded, it belongs to the entire council.
Okay. Well, then I would amend the motion to direct staff to approve an increase to the 2023 draft 2 budget from $202,208 to $241,856 for animal control services, and a 1-year extension to the existing deal. And that and just get rid of the rest of the motion I initially put forward.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. We'll need a seconder if we want to discuss this. Do I have a seconder? Once, do I have a seconder? Councillor McDonald? Is there any discussion to the amendment?
Rationale for making the amendment is initially I voted against Councillor Parslow's deferment because I didn't think 2 weeks would give us enough time to get an appreciably different perspective on this. I think a year gives us some time, as I mentioned earlier. It's maybe worth engaging other municipalities across the province and the provincial government in seeking some sort of remedy or I don't know if you want to call it mediation or what have you, because it seems like it is systemic across the province. And as I mentioned, it is something all municipalities are going to be faced with eventually, is the rising costs of services without, taxpayers can only bear so much. So I think while I'm still not happy with a $39,000, $40,000 increase over 1 year, it's gives us some time to figure out what the next steps are going to be.
Thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Well, I will be voting against this. When you talk about $30,000, $40,000 increase, I can't help it. And I know I've said this before, but this is really deep down in me. In the many volunteer groups we have that were asked to take $10,000, $15,000 cuts to try to help us get forward with the 70-30. 22% for 1 year, for 6 months is obscene to me. The most I could rationalize might be a cost of living supplement to the amount we already paying towards this service. So I'm going to speak against it because I think we can quickly find somebody who, in our research in the next 3 months, to deal with the dangerous animal issue. We don't know from our corporate officer if the number of animals that were picked up, what percentage of those was because of cruelty to those animals rather than strays. There's a lot of unknowns, but the very principle of offering 22% is repugnant to me, so I will vote against it.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. I'll speak just briefly to the amendment. I will vote against this. I respect, Bill, how much time you put into this, and Kevin as well. I just don't believe it's, personally doesn't sit with me that it's the best interest of our funds from the city to come up with this. So I as well will vote against this. So is there anybody else before I call the? Okay, so I'm going to call the motion as amended to vote. The amendment? Oh, okay. I will call the amendment. Vote is closed. The amendment's defeated. Councillor Apollonio, Councillor Kemp, Councillor Parslow, and myself. I feel like we've had enough discussion on the original motion too. I don't know if there's anybody else that wanted to add something, but if not, I'll call the original motion. Oh, sorry. I won't call the original motion. I'll wait for Brenda. I will now call the original motion to vote. The vote is closed. It's defeated 6-1. Councillor Kemp, Councillor Earl, Councillor Parslow, Councillor McDonald, Councillor Sudnick, and myself voted against. So as Kevin did mention, we'll need to, I don't know if somebody's willing to put another motion forward to give some direction. Councillor Parslow?
If I can just make a comment, I do think we need to, possibly at the next committee of the whole meeting, set aside in the committee of the whole portion to have a discussion and see if we can reach some consensus as to a possible direction forward. I'm a great believer in councils being able to freely talk about some issues rather than pressing through an agenda. This has a lot of ramifications for it, and I just think it would be a good thing to have a discussion.
I agree with you, Councillor Parslow. Next committee of the whole is a month though, right? Kevin, did you want to?
So through your worship, I mean, that's exactly what the committee of whole is intended
Yeah.
for, is for this type of discussion. So I think that's a great idea. Just an update on when that 3-month extension expires is, I'm told it will be the end of February. We'll talk to the SPCA and just, I think if they know we're working through this, they will work with us to carry on. The reason it ends of end of February is because our contract actually expired end of November. So December, January, February was our 3-month extension. So we'll reach out to them and just let them know what if this is where we're going to go. If they're good to continue to work with us until we have resolved one way or the other.
Okay. So then are you comfortable with that for 2 weeks until next council meeting, or would you like a motion now about directing staff to look into other, I know you've looked into other alternatives, so I don't know.
So I think the committee of the whole is good. We can further this discussion, but
Okay.
again, that's not until a month. So yeah, it's exactly, it's about a month away, February 27th. So, yeah, that leaves things a little tight because committee of the whole is, as well, it is not a meeting where you have motions come out of it. It's just solely discussion. So we don't have direction. So that could possibly delay that even further.
Councillor McDonald, you wanted to put a motion?
So through your worship, Kevin, would you like a motion then? Us directing you to go back to the SPCA and ask for a further 3-month extension so that we can come up with a true plan of action?
So through your worship, yeah, I would be certainly fine going back and having that discussion.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion that council directs the city and Kevin to go back to the SPCA to ask for a further 3-month extension of our current contract with them to give council and city time to come up with a true course of direction moving forward.
Did you get all that?
Sorry,
You're amazing.
just slow down.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sudnick? Any discussion? Did you have discussion to that motion, Councillor Parslow, or were you going to make a motion?
No, it's not related to the motion.
Okay. I will call that motion to vote. That's carried. Oh, I mean, the vote is closed and it's carried. Sorry. Jumping ahead of myself there, maybe that's.
Yeah,
I think next to, we did have some talk about the community of the whole. Kevin, under his update later, was going to talk about some changes we were thinking of implementing to that. So if it's about that, can it wait till then, or is it?
it can wait to that meeting.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Next, we have 8.4. We have report number 23-007 from the Parks and Facility Manager, Region South Peace Community Multiplex Assessment. Councillor Parslow.
I'd like to move the report number 23-007 from the Parks and Facilities Manager, Rees South Peace Community Multiplex Assessment be received. Further, that staff be directed to move forward with recommendations made in the report on a priority basis within the proposed capital budget of $250,000.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Discussion, Councillor Parslow.
Well, this is fairly earth-shattering to me. but we have no choice. We have a facility that is showing perhaps some expected wear and tear. Some of it, I'm sure, was unexpected. It's a problem that we have. And I had asked our CAO a question in the report that I don't know if he's able to answer. The question was, as you read the report, the author of the report states that a replacement cost of $50-something million. If you have any comments about that, please.
So through your worship, I believe Melina's followed up with the author just to confirm with what, where they got that. So I'll maybe let her speak to that.
Go ahead.
Through your worship, the $51 million is actually based on all elements that were put into the report. It's not the full cost of replacing the building. I understand that the building costs $58 million to build. The $51 million is everything they listed in the report. The report's 265 pages, so I did not quote the entire thing. But everything that was identified as needing to be fixed in that is how the $51 million came up. That's on page 17. No, well, page 13 just gives you how he came up, the formula is how he came up with the money. But it's not on the replacement cost of the building if it burned down tomorrow.
Right. So thank you for that clarification. So so tell me then, now this wasn't a question I had originally in mind, but based upon what you said there, am I understanding what you said correctly? That the total cost over the expected length of usability of this building will be that the city of Dawson Creek will have to invest over whatever length of time that is, 40, 50 years? 20 years, another 51 million?
Well, we are going to meet and we are setting up a meeting with Devon as well as Joe Monteshaw and Spectrum to look at what our priorities are. There are some things that were mentioned in the report that maybe are not a priority on fixing, but they listed everything. So if it answers your question, yes. Like
So
if we did
really then
everything-
250,000 a year is just a drop in the bucket.
we would have to prioritize on what we're going to fix on that building.
So that leads a question of these drops in the bucket is basically a Band-Aid solution.
Our goal is, sorry, okay, I'll let Kevin answer.
So through your worship.
I'm speculative, I'm just reacting, I'm sorry, but I had one paradigm about the problem, now I have a different paradigm, and it's giving me indigestion. I may have to go and get some Rolaids or something.
So through your worship, if I understand what Melina had to say correctly, is that the individuals who did the assessment are valuing everything they looked at $51 million, everything that they took a look at. I do not believe that they're saying that they need that $51 million worth of materials needs to be replaced in 20 years. They're just saying what we assessed at was worth $51 million. They've then since laid out a plan of when certain aspects of that facility are would be expected to expire based on best practices. So we know that if you buy windows, they're going to last 25 years, just as a number, let's say. And so if that's the case, we looked at all the windows, we value them at this, and then you need to plan for this within the 25 years. So it's a guideline. It's like any asset management piece that we're going to do. There's going to be some very big numbers. There's going to be some best practices and guidelines that are going to point council in the direction you want to go. But I think we are not alone in this. Every municipality is facing that, you know, whatever that whole number is we're going to struggle to get to it. So again, it's best practice and ideal worlds. It's probably not our realities.
Thank you.
Can I just ask to continue with that question?
One more question.
Yes, one. This is a mega project.
Yeah, I know. There's other people sitting
Yeah,
in the
then I'll
room.
slip in later on. Okay. So Kevin, as I've understood you, the value of the components that were examined was in the $51 million range. And you feel confident that the $250,000 a year for 20 years, I heard from Melina, is going to enable us to keep the multiplex functional.
So through your worship, I would say that the 250 plus the 100 we've got, which is 350, I think it's a start. The report indicates that there's a couple priorities that we need to look at, which are some structural components. We know that we had the slab heave in the Lakota. We know we've got in the pool, we had a couple of cracks. And we've also got some columns that were rusting due to the environment. I can't predict what those assessments may tell us. So I would say, I'm not here to say that that number is going to be the only number that we need moving into the future. It's a start knowing what we know today. There will be more things that we learn as we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Parslow. It's just to add to that a little bit, Kevin, like, on anything, if you own a house or a business or whatever, you would budget money each year to maintain it. And so the $250 a year, I know there's some things that have to happen there right away, but is the plan, like the first couple of years, we will use all of that and then still to set $250,000 a year aside and put it into, the account so that when we have to replace the windows in 10 years and that's $2 million, that we'll have that funds there? Is that kind of the idea of this plan?
Through your worship, I mean, that's asset management in a nutshell.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we should be doing with every one of our assets. The struggle is to being able to fund all of those. And so it's all about developing a plan, identifying priorities, and chipping away at that for sure. And ideally, we would have money set aside for when those next components, whether it's at the multiplex or at a water treatment plant or other, need to be replaced.
So sticking to this plan, I mean, obviously there's something new that can come up, but knowing what the work that it needs to be done, this plan is set so that $250,000 will cover majority of the stuff in this plan over the 20 years. And if something else comes up, that'll be on top of this. Yeah. Okay.
Like I say, we will learn more as we dig into some of these specific investigations we need to do on, the slab or the columns or whatever. There will be outcomes, I'm sure, and possible remedies that are outside of that annual allotment.
Yeah. The reality is to owning something this large. Is there any other councillors discussion? Councillor Parslow.
You got back to me quicker than I thought.
Well, nobody else wanted to go, so it's
So
all
just
yours.
one comment again, just for clarification, right? Melina used 20-year. Can you talk a bit more about that? Because surely we're not saying that the future life expectancy for the multiplex is 20 years. What did you mean by a 20-year life then? What's that about?
Kevin, did you want to, Melina, or? Oh,
Okay, through your worship.
Okay.
So within this plan, they come up with items that were going to be needed to be repaired over the next 20 years within this assessment. So this is what we're looking at. So from there, we are setting up a meeting that is going to be with the City of Dawson Creek staff, so the building inspector, project manager, as well as Global Spectra with their team as well. And we're going to review it because we need to digest it. We need to go through everything into it to figure out what we're going to do. The idea was we're going to put the $250,000 and then the $100,000 in repairs and maintenance for the exterior of the building. So once we digest more into this, we'll come back and determine what we need to have, because one of the things that's in there is the paving of the parking lot. That is going to be more than a fair amount of money. So once we have to figure that out. So we will digest it. We'll come back with some more information because we need to look at it and get some help with the structural side and that. So the 20 years is what was within the within the assessment.
thank you, Shante. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I'm going to call this motion to vote if there's no more discussion. The vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 8.5. We have report number 23-012 from the General Manager of Community Service, reason the Memorial Arena Pad Replacement Project update. Just before there's a motion, Kevin, do you want to just, you gave me a really good brief overview of why of this, so maybe just for the public, you could speak the magic there.
So through your worship. So as council's aware, we had the Memorial Arena Pad Replacement project in the 23 budget. We were going through a process with a consulting firm developing a RFP document that we would be putting out for design build. And as we went through the process and kind of unpacked it a bit and dove into it a bit more, what we recognized is that time was not on our side. We needed, in order to complete it in 23, we would need to start the project no later than essentially the 1st of April. Construction would need to occur and be completed essentially by, sometime in September. And what we recognized is that if we tried to get the RFP out and for proponents to be able to put a team together for the design build and get pricing and all that, our timeline was too tight. And what that means is that brought a lot of risk to the project and to the city. And likely when there's risk, there's inflated costs. And what we didn't want as a group is that we'd get a number that's higher than what we wanted, or B, we would have a project that either didn't start on time or didn't complete in time for next ice season. So we recognize the project needs to be done, but we also recognize that if we wait another year, it's probably not as critical. So we decided that we would defer the project. We would still go through that RFP tendering process here this spring. That gives the proponents lots of time to do the design, procurement side, long delivery items if there are any. What we feel is that gives us the best opportunity for best pricing and reduce risk for a project that would then commence in April 2024. It just gives, the more lead time we can give folks, the better off we're going to be. So that was really the premise of our decision on that.
Perfect. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you to you and the staff for looking at it this way and bringing something forward in the best interest. So thank you. Get somebody a motion. Councillor Kempf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation, the report number 23-012 from the General Manager of Community Services regarding Memorial Arena Pad Replacement Project update be received. Further, that the deferral of the Memorial Arena Slab Project funding for 2024 be approved.
Thank you. Second, Councillor Sudnick. Any discussion? Councillor McDonald.
Sorry, with the deferral, part of this motion, would that be us approving all 6 or 7 funding replacements, or are we going to look at those individually?
Councillor McDonald, that's on 8.6. So that's the next.
So the next one? Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
next one, you bet.
Okay,
But
sorry.
we are going to do them individually. So.
Okay.
Councillor Parslow.
So implicit in this motion, which I'm going to support, is the notion that that will definitely be in the 2024 budget. So, and you will be presumably asking a motion so that you can get early tendering on it, right? Is that correct? So is implicit in this motion saying that this council is saying that it will be, the funding will be approved in 2024? Or is it just a concept that you'll be putting it forward then?
So through your worship, we still have $400,000 remaining that is not being allocated or proposed to be allocated anywhere else. That will allow us to go through that design procurement process. It still gives us some funding and able to do that. And then there will be money that will need to be allocated in 24 for the remainder of the project, correct, Eric? That's how we'll facilitate it.
Yes, I understood that. But in this motion, you mentioned the 2024 budget, and you also, in your earlier talk on this, talked about the importance of getting tenders so that you could begin work in April, you said, right? So looking then for April 2024, all I'm asking is implicit in this motion that the funding will be, you're asking council to set aside this funding for that would be left over for the actual construction work, let's say, in the 2024 budget so that you can go to early tenders.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Barzo. Thanks, Kevin. More discussion? No, I'm going to call this motion to vote. The vote is closed. It's carried. I'm going to call a 10-minute recess. Then we'll be back. I'm just going to bury the agenda and skip past 8.6 and go to actually Committee of the Whole because Sergeant Moffat just got here. So we're going to move to 16.1, report from Staff Sergeant Moffat. Welcome. Morning.
So we should have some music.
Or good mood. We could have Councillor Parslow sing. He's got a pretty good voice. Yeah. Welcome. Oh.
Oh, well.
Welcome, Sergeant Moffat.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Good morning. So the December 2022 CAL presentation. I can just start. There's not much change at the detachment in regards to staffing at present. We're waiting on a new recruit coming in February, and our new detachment commander should, I'm hoping, be here around March. Just working on logistics of house sales and purchases. So that should be coming. Sorry, the wind caught my breath coming.
Yeah, it is windy out there.
It is. So the total calls for service up to and including December 31st, 2022 is 9,353. The same time period in 2022 had 8,874 total calls. This is an increase of approximately 5.4%. Of those 7,447, or 80% calls for service, were within the city of Dawson Creek, and 1,906, or 20% calls for service, were within the rural surrounding area. Comparative to last year for the same time period, this equates to an increase of calls for service within the city of 6.8% and 0.4% in the rural areas. The following trends have been outlined for the period of January 1st, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. Theft of vehicles, there have been 159 calls for service, where there were 122 calls for service the same period last year, showing an increase of 30.3%. Theft from vehicle, there have been 129 calls for service, whereas there were 111 calls for service the same period last year, and that's showing an increase of 16.2%. Break and enter to residence, there were 78 calls for service, where there were 89 calls for service the same time period last year. So this is showing a decrease of 12.4%. Break and enter to business. There were 156 calls for service, where there were 78 calls for service of the same time period last year. This is an increase of 100%. Assault and assault with a weapon, or aggravated assault. There were 247 calls for service this year, where there were 239 calls for service last year. That's showing a decrease of 3.3%. Sexual assault and sexual interference files. There were 43 calls for service this year, as there were 43 calls last year, which is showing no change. Drug possession and drug trafficking. There were 31 calls for service, where there were 54 calls for service the same time period last year. This is a decrease of 42.6%. Impaired driving, 24-hour suspensions, immediate roadside prohibitions. There were 153 calls for service, whereas there were 193 calls for service the same period last year, showing a decrease of 20.7%. Motor vehicle collisions, there were 373 calls for service, where there were 370 calls for service the same period last year, showing an increase of 0.8%. Theft, including shoplifting, there were 487 calls for service, where there were 384 calls for service the same period last year, showing an increase of 26.8%. In our mental health, there were 565 calls for service, where there were 364 calls for the same time last year. This is an increase in 55.2%. So for the crime stats, as we made aware, as we spoke about last meeting, we mentioned the Peace Region Crime Reduction Unit that has formed as of December. And I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the good work these guys have been doing, and just 2 cases of note for January, just I wanted to share. So the Peace Region Crime Reduction Unit was formed in December of 2022, and it is comprised of members from the Dawson Creek, Fort St. John, and North District to address the severe spike in property crime occurring across the region. Intelligence and operational ties have been forged with Western Alberta District's Crime Reduction Unit, the Beaver Lodge Enhanced Property Unit, and the Grand Prairie Detachment Crime Reduction Unit. And these relationships that are being built are already paying dividends. 2 highlights which occurred in January: a string of break-and-enters and thefts to several businesses in Fort St. John and Dawson Creek resulted in the suspect being located and arrested in Grand Prairie the following day. These efforts just show that the relationship we have and are continuing to build with Alberta are providing great results. And recovery of most of the items that were stolen during the spree were also recovered, so these matters are before the courts. And part of the Peace Region Crime Reduction Unit is to target the prolific property offenders. A well-known multi-jurisdictional offender was sought due to outstanding warrants in both British Columbia and Alberta, and was a focus of the Peace Region Crime Reduction Unit and the Alberta units. The teams, along with the Dawson Creek General Duty and the Police Dog Services, worked in unison when his location was learned and he fled from police. And with all efforts at scene, he was successfully located and arrested, and currently dealing with his outstanding warrants in Alberta, and then will be returned to BC to deal with his matters here. So just some really good work by these units that are focused on these prolific offenders and the crime issues. As for annual policing plan priorities, not much has changed. We're just wrapping those up to focus on the new year's priorities, which we'll be sitting down to talk about in due course here. But for that, that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Sergeant Moffat. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Sergeant Moffat. Happy New Year. It's good to see you. And I just want to first and foremost commend you and your detachment and your colleagues in Fort St. John and across the border on the recent success of apprehending suspects around prolific crime. That's very heartening to see, I think, for many people in the city and throughout the region. And I hope your efforts are, met by a comparable effort by your colleagues in the courts to ensure that the people who are engaging in this behavior are held responsible. A couple questions around, so theft of vehicle, theft from vehicle. I know your predecessor, Staff Sergeant Worrell, used to say about 90% of theft from vehicle is occurring in unsecured property. Would you say that's still the same, or has that changed given the public's increased awareness around property crime, or is it still predominantly unsecured property?
Yeah, it's just opportunity. People going, checking handles. So most of it would just be the opportunity presents itself and not much forced entry.
Okay. And then I guess one thing on the drug possession, drug trafficking, is that an honest to God decrease, or is it more preemptive with respect to decriminalization being a week out from now? Are resources starting to shift to other areas because obviously it's not something,
No,
can't arrest somebody for like something that's going to be not a criminal offense a week from now, obviously isn't a good use of your.
Yeah, so these would be like actual files opened, so
Okay.
calls coming in or proactive work from our members. So it, whether this isn't charges laid, so it is an actual reflection of what we're encountering right now.
Okay.
Whether to say people aren't reporting as much or proactively it's not being seen as much, I can't really answer those questions, but it is a true reflection of our file count right now.
Okay. And just one kind of story out of left field, but I was reading some information this past week on the forthcoming, I guess, the recommendation that body cameras become the norm for RCMP across the country, and that'll be coming to a municipality near us at some point in the not too distant future. Have you got any information on that with respect to timelines? Because I know there are potentially some cost implications for us as well.
Yes, and I just heard last week they just procured their supply. They were just looking between vendors, and it looks like they're going with the Motorola body-worn camera. We haven't received any indication of what the cost is and what the data storage is, because apparently that's another huge piece of it. We just had a meeting a month ago, and there was no answers at that time because they hadn't confirmed their vendor. So I have no numbers at this time, but as soon as I get that information, I'll be sharing that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Is there any other comments? I had a few. First off, I just wanted to thank you for your report and rushing over in the wind. And the wind, I guess, is my fault because I made a comment that we haven't had wind, as Councillor McDonald pointed out to me earlier.
I said the exact same thing this morning. I'm like,
Yeah. What, blaming me?
no, that I haven't seen wind in a few weeks.
I just, we obviously had some unfortunate incidents happen in the community in the last couple of weeks. So I, just wanted to thank yourself and the detachment. And I know that there's been units from other cities that have been up here helping. And I know that you guys have been working a lot on that. So I just wanted to thank you for that. And also it's nice to see, there's obviously still concerns in our community with things, but it's just nice to see that it seems like it's progressing. And, the RCMP, from all the meetings we've had, have taken it very seriously when we've talked to them about everything. So it's nice to see that this, new crime prevention group was created and seeing some results from that. Yeah, and then the other thing, when the Attorney General was here, she mentioned that they've allocated $230 million to the RCMP, or $260 million. I can't remember the exact number, but have you guys heard any way of how that's filtering down and how it could potentially affect the detachment here?
No, not at this time, because that'll be coming out April.
Oh, okay.
So I think once the allocations are had, I know like a big priority is going to be recruiting.
Yeah.
Especially, and from what I'm hoping, is definitely in the north too, recruiting from the north for members wanting to come back to their home instead of recruiting from the south and trying to get people to go north. So recruitment's going to be a big push. And also, like, obviously training and those things of those nature that have kind of been sitting for a bit, because of COVID or funding. But yeah, I haven't had any official word on how money will be allocated, and it's going to be in installments, I think, too. Like 1 year will a certain allotment, and then the next year, and then the next year. So not sure exactly what that'll look like just yet.
Okay. And I don't know if you can answer this or not, or have they reached out to like this area to ask what our needs are, like as RCMP for that?
Not
Figure out where
yet.
the funding? No? Okay.
Not yet, but I'm sure there'll be some conversations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, if there's no other questions, just once again wanted to thank you and the members of, the detachment and all they do in our community. And, yeah.
Thank you. I'll pass that on to them. It's been a busy week, so they'll appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Have a
Sergeant
great
Moffat.
day.
All right, back to the agenda. We got 8.6. We got report number 23-011 from the Chief Financial Officer, reason 2023 capital budget update. Just before we get a motion on the floor for this one, I just had some discussion with Brenda this morning. So because there's, I think, 7 different items in here, if whoever's going to make the first motion, I'd like to just bring this into 7 different motions, so we'll discuss one item at a time. So, yeah. So whoever would like to make that first motion. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to recommend that report number 23-011 from the Chief Financial Officer regarding 2023 capital budget update be received. And further, that the council approves the removal of the Memorial Arena pad replacement budgeted at $768,189 and approves the first of the following replacement projects for the 2023 capital budget. The Mile Zero Park Society Misting Park for $160,000.
I have a second. Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald, did you want to speak to that, or?
Just for clarification on the Misting Park portion, when the gentlemen were here from the Mile Zero Park Society, they wanted it to be us to front the money essentially, and that they were still going to try and get grant funding for the Misting Park. Will that still be the case?
I can.
Or are we
speak
going to
that
take that on now?
I can. You're fine if I speak to that. Okay. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Yeah. So I guess part of this is just because we're in the middle of finalizing our budget, is we need to get it in there. How that process is going to happen, we don't know yet, because I did have a meeting with my first meeting with NDIT next week, or last week. And I spoke with Alex. He's here today. So there's just a bit more communication that needs to be had between Mile Zero Park Society and the NDIT to figure out exactly how that will look. So we don't have the answer to that right now. So any other discussion on this one? Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, and just another reminder, a portion of that will be, this is sufficient to sustain the project, but a portion of that will be met through in-kind donation as well. So, but we have to budget for it as if there's nothing coming.
Yeah.
So I'm sure there will be some grant and there will be some in-kind as well.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? I will call this one to vote. Vote is closed and it's carried. Councillor Parslow.
If I can be excused reading the introduction, can I?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to move that we approve the phase 1 of the outdoor security cameras for a budget of $200,000.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Earl? Councillor Parslow?
If I can speak to that, remember this is phase 1. These security cameras are seen as a tool that will help law enforcement and business people deal with vandalism, thefts, and so on. So it should improve the situation in this community with a focus initially, I imagine, on downtown. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Before I go to anybody else, actually, Kevin, can you just, there might be some questions how we got a phase 1 in there so quick. Because, you know, I know that there was some work done on this with previous council, so I think I'll just let Kevin give a quick history.
Yeah. So through your worship, this essentially is a placeholder. We know that the project is likely to be, you know, a fairly good size. We needed to get a number in for this budget. I have Devin's doing some research based on what we did know from some previous work we've done, and also reaching out to some other communities and talking to RCMP and stuff. So, you know, our approach is let's put this in, let's see what we can do for that first phase. And then once we have a better fix on the exact cost and how much we can do, then we can come back and say, okay, here's what phase one could be, and then get a better sense from council of how much farther they want to go, and that'll determine subsequent phases.
Yeah, thanks, Kevin. Councillor McDonald?
So sorry, thank you, Your Worship. Just for clarification, if we approve the spending of these funds, we will still be given the opportunity to pull that back if we find that the 200,000 will grow to 2 million and we just cannot see funding all these cameras throughout town.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Any other discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor Apollonio?
Okay. I'll just skip the recommendation, but the recommendation is to approve the lighting of signs and statues within the city of Dawson Creek for $100,000. As proponent before, I hope it would be lesser, so at least it not be too much from the city, but if it could still like...
Get it seconded first.
Sorry, seconded.
Councillor McDonald? And then actually, just before you comment, I'm going to go to Kevin just because this might include more than the original thought, so. Or Shantae. Sorry, Shantae.
Do you want to move it first?
What's that?
Did you get a seconder?
Yeah, it's
so
been
through your
seconded,
worship.
yeah.
So when we went, we reached out to our KNO, our electrical contractor. One of the things is only one site is able to have electrical hookups. The rest of them need to have a battery pack. And with solar, with not a lot of light during 6 months of the season, those solar packs are pretty expensive. So that's why the cost is at that. We're hoping to also look for some grants, some green grants as well to maybe reduce that cost. But right now we had to put what the full cost was, what we estimated that it was going to be. But it's to do with the battery packs for the solar lighting in those areas that do not have electricity.
Thanks. And then just to clarify one thing, does this include some lighting on the trail in front of the Tourist Info Center as well?
We're
Were you hoping?
we're hoping to get some grants and to put that money in there. That's what we're hoping to do that as well.
So this 100,000 is for some entranceway signs plus the walkway on the Tourist Information Center?
Through your worship, the $100,000 was for just what the request was
Okay.
with the battery packs. What we're trying to do is find a grant, and the grant then would help us be able to do this as well as do a little bit more research as well. But it was a quick turnover to get the cost, so we put $100,000 in there.
Okay. Oh, you just got to push your button, Councillor.
I said, somebody suggested also if you like to go green, so at least we'll be get some grants for this project. So, yeah, I hope it would be doing like this, but not too much cost for us.
I had one Councillor McDonald.
Sorry, Shante, just for clarification, that is the 3 entrance signs to our community, the statue, the surveyor statue, and then the one here on the City Hall grounds. So 5 at 20 grand a piece? 6?
4 and 2.
Yeah, 4. Sorry, there's 4 and 2. So what
yes,
happens is the 5 of them are what's going to cost because the 4 welcome signs and the 1 statue need to have battery, so they need to have the solar. So it's going to be, I believe this battery is somewhere around $7,000 to $8,000. The batteries are quite expensive to get the good batteries. And then here at City Hall, we have electricity there. We'll be able to have electricity. We'll be able to put lights on that one. So that one will be a reduced cost, but the 5 will basically be the majority of the cost to figure out how to get that in there in the solar packs.
Okay.
So, yeah, about $35,000 to $40,000, I believe, for the battery packs to make sure that they last for the solar during the winter times when we don't have the sun.
Thanks, Shante. Thanks, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Sednick?
Just with the cost of the batteries in these projects, this is going to include installing these lights and these packs. Is there also a consideration to make sure they're secure so that they don't disappear at inconvenient times or at all?
Through your worship, we're going to have to look at that once we get in there. Again, the turnaround was quick, so we're going to get into that. So we need to make sure that they are definitely secure. I was very pleased to see that the sleigh and the reindeer did not go wandering off during Christmas, so there is hope. But we did have a Skookum, our maintenance department did put a Skookum pad out there and did screw those onto there. So there is hope.
Thank you. I had a couple about this. I guess my initial thoughts on this, like I really think it's a great idea. I think lighting these up and displaying Dawson a bit better, is a win for our community. I was not initially thinking $100,000. So when I see that price tag, it's not that I'm against it, but I also think this is a quick turnaround time. That my thoughts is that we hold off on this until we look at better signage and do it as a package. Because I mean, just to light the signs up, it's great. But I think some of our signs are a little bit past their expiry date. So are we just putting a Band-Aid on making that look pretty, where I see maybe we look at the bigger picture of it, and if we can get some bigger, better signs that are lit, like do it all at once, and maybe, it might be a bit more than 100,000, but I feel like just to put 100,000 to light something up, I don't know. I wasn't not expecting it to be this much money, and I understand why it is that much money. So now knowing that, my thoughts are that I'll probably vote against this, and not because I'm not in support of it, but because I believe we should do it properly and look at what is our best scenarios for our entranceways to the city. So I'm going to vote against that. So I just wanted to give my opinion on that. So I don't know if there's any other discussion, Councillor Parslow.
Well, I think what you just said is very reasonable. If you're going to light something up, you better be pleased that what you're lighting up with, right? But I'm just wondering about the two statues. I think, at least I am very pleased with the two statues that we have. I'd like to see more one day. Is your comments applying to them or just the entrance signs?
I was more the entrance signs. Yeah, the statues and the artwork around town that people have done up is beautiful. So thanks for clarifying that. So it wasn't taken in the wrong text.
No.
But,
oh, no, I didn't take it that way.
No, I
but
know.
Others might. So,
I know. So thank you.
So you owe me one then.
Yeah, I do. Who's keeping score again?
So I wonder if then, in light of that, if we could have an amendment to the motion.
I guess that would be up to the person that made the original motion. Okay, anybody can? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Never mind, we
anybody
just had that. So if you'd like to.
Well, I'd like to amend that, approve lighting of statues, two statues within the city, and hold off on the signs until signs have improved.
Do I have a second? Councillor Sudnick? Are you good with that, Brenda? Okay. Kevin?
So through your worship, just the NER Park, that entrance there, I'm just, if we're amending and making it, if you want to do something there, now is maybe the time to include that. If we want to hold off on the signs, but we still feel it's important, the entrance to the NER, we could look at doing something there. And just don't want to
Maybe
lose sight
adding
of
an
that.
amendment to it to.
Well, I would include that. A friendly amendment, whoever seconded it, I think. I would be comfortable adding that to the list.
Okay, so the amendment would be for the two statues and the lighting at the NAR walkway. Clear? Or that's good? Yeah?
Yeah,
That's what you meant?
Mike.
Okay, Mike, you're good with that? Okay, or Councillor Sudnick, sorry. Okay, Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'll support the amendment and the motion as amended. I know, as you said, I think it's a great initiative to look at ways we can highlight the city and increase the public satisfaction and our curb appeal to visitors. I also think it's a much bigger conversation that has to take place around beautification and downtown revitalization. So hopefully, once we've had a chance to have that conversation, we can have the any sign replacement and lighting that needs to happen in conjunction with that as part of a larger plan.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. I'm all right. If there's no more discussion, I'd like to call the amendment to vote. And the vote is closed. So that was carried, right? Okay. And if there's no more discussion, I'll call the motion as amended to vote. Vote is closed, and that is carried. All right, 3 more. Councillor Kemp.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll move the recommendation of the installation of streetlights from Alaska Avenue to 102nd Avenue on 14th Street for $170,000.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? No, I'll call it. Oh, Councillor Earl.
Sorry, just a follow-up through you to staff. So I know in our initial discussions about this spend, $170,000 was identified as kind of the high end. Is that still thought, just for the sake of making sure it's in the budget, but could come in underneath?
So through your worship, that is the higher end. That'll include contingencies, design, and it was all based on the numbers, the actuals that we've seen over the last couple of years. So we've taken that plus add our contingencies and whatnot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. If there's no more discussion, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. That was carried. All right, 2 more to go. Anybody? Councillor Kemp. Councillor McDonald.
I'd like to move that replacement project for the 2023 capital budget include the fall protection access on City Hall, Fire Hall, and the RCMP for $160,000.
Second, Councillor Kemp. Discussion. Councillor McDonald.
I was just wondering if, through your worship, we could just get more clarification on just exactly what that project is.
So through your worship, I'll give you what I got, and if there's any particulars that I miss, I might ask Melina because she's been working on this. But specifically, WorkSafe has identified, along with us, about our access to rooftops. And so part of that is we need to ensure that there is fall protection, so workers don't, we have to access these rooftop units all the time. So it is a safety issue, so that's why we're bringing it forward as a priority. And did I miss anything, Melina, on that?
No, that's exactly what it was for. It was a report.
Melina, can you just push your button, please? That's all right.
Through your worship, I'm sorry. It's actually a report that Devin and I worked on at the very beginning of when I started this position in 2019, and we identified that there was some buildings that workers had to access either by externals or putting up a ladder instead of going up through like a rooftop access, which made them closer to the edge of the building. And it wasn't never put through, but we've through now WorkSafe being identified more of our projects and coming in and doing inspection and infractions and us fixing them. That's how we came up with this as part of this funding to start getting some of our buildings up to code for that part.
Thanks, Melina.
Okay, no. Does this include anchor points? Does this include fencing around the exterior of it? What does fall protection actually mean on our buildings?
Devin.
So through your worship, I can do the best I can. I haven't looked at this report in quite a few years. But the fall protection in terms of WorkSafe BC is all of it. Upgrading structural around the building to be able to attach anchor points. Depending on the size of the roof, depends on the access and what you need. So there are certain distances from the edge of the roof in whether you need an anchor point at the center. And then it's also about the actual fall itself and making sure that is safe, because it's one thing to be protected from a fall, but you actually have to make sure you don't hit the ground or any other obstacles. So that's what a lot of this report brought out, and it is a bit of a pricey cost, but when you get into the structural repairs of the facility, and the renovations, they do tend to climb up there.
Just, yeah, because it seems very expensive at $55,000 or 53.5 per building to have fall protection on existing buildings. Seems very steep.
So through your worship, I could speak to my original report I was looking at was the Devereux Booster Station. We had a HVAC unit sitting on top of that my staff had to access. When I got the report, the cost was too much to go through. And actually since then, we haven't been on the roof to service that HVAC unit since. So it was lucky that I didn't move through with it. But we also identified the RCMP at the time, City Hall, as well as the Fire Hall, because they are accessed so often. And the concern is, I guess, there's a trade-off here too. There's potential work safe concerns and worker safety and the actual amount of cost to get on this building. There doesn't seem to be any other alternatives to servicing this HVAC unit. Our workers at the end of the day have to get up there, and the roof being the size it is, there's no special placement on the HVAC unit or anything like that that could limit this this danger to the workers.
So we're giving them fall protection for the whole roof instead of just a portion of the roof around our HVAC unit then?
Through your worship, it's only around the areas where the HVAC units are. It's not the whole roof. They
It's not
don't
the whole
have
roof.
to, it's not the whole roof. It's just fall protection around where they access, where these units are located. In the case of the RCMP building, it's the whole roof. But City Hall, it's only partial roof.
Only partial.
And same as Fire Hall.
Okay, steep. The cost is steep for partial. I mean, obviously, we want our employees to be safe at all times. That is a steep cost for fall protection.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl?
Kevin, did you? Sorry.
Sorry, through your worship, I was just gonna mention that, again, this is a budget price. When the work actually goes out, we will be going out to the people that specialize in this type of, and, you know, we always hope that it's less than, but, you know, we allow for, I'd rather have a little bit extra and not have to come back or have to shave the project back. So at this time, it's a budget number.
Thanks, Kevin. Did you want to speak, Councillor?
Yeah, just very briefly. So, I mean, the one, obviously, it is a steep price, as Councillor McDonald noted, but if it's something that's been highlighted by WorkSafe as a concern, our safety of our employees when they do their job is paramount. So I'll be in support of it. I mean, the one frustrating thing is the three buildings highlighted, City Hall, Fire Hall, RCMP, are coming towards the end of their respective life cycles. So spending this much money doing structural work to buildings that are, you know, you're not going to, I guess, see the full value because you're probably going to be decommissioning the building at some point, and then hopefully not too distant future, depending on how finances work out. So that's, you know, just an added element of consternation for me, but if it's something that's been highlighted as a safety issue, it's something we need to address as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Councillor Parslow?
Well, it's remarkable how some of us think alike. I have a dream that we will be replacing the fire hall within 4 years. And I've got an idea of how we can do that, but that's another matter. Safety is safety, I agree. But Councillor McDonald's question has piqued my interest, and I understand this is a budget amount, but what's informing that figure? I mean, you didn't take it out of a hat. So what data did you have to come up with that, noting that you'll always put some contingency money in?
So through your worship, I can speak to that, Councillor Parslow. The report that we had from Devereux Booster Station, I just pulled it up here, speaks to construction costs anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000. The fall arrest system is a specific system built for the support that goes on roofs. It's about $15,000 to $18,000. Then there's engineering fee estimates in there as well, $10,000, and a construction site inspection during that construction. So depending on the building, it can be anywhere from the cost estimates that we had 3 years ago are anywhere from $37,000 to $66,000 for one roof.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's, does that help you? I must make a comment. I've enjoyed the non-verbal observations I'm making on staff on the questions that Councillor MacDonald was asking. So,
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. I have a couple of questions just about through this. So how often is it like our employees are up there? Is it like, are we servicing our own equipment, or do we, because I know we contract out a bit of stuff, right? So.
Through your worship, we are up there monthly.
Oh, okay.
Change filters. The filters are our responsibility. We do have a contractor that comes in the spring that gets all of our HVAC systems for air conditioning ready. So make sure that they're cooled and the cooling system, everything works. We do contract out in the winter for an inspection of all our furnaces. But that's an inspection and not the day-to-day maintenance. That's our staff that does that.
Thank you. And then one other question just around WCB. So just so I'm clear in my head, but was it WCB came here and did an inspection and did that, or we were looking at, preventive, safety issues and we asked them to come here?
Yeah, to speak to that through your worship, I reached out to WorkSafe BC because part of their component of their mandate is education. So I reached out to one of our local officers, and he actually visited with me on site and our safety coordinator at the time, and we looked at the Devereux booster station. He told us what we needed based on how he interpreted the regulations, and then I took that to an engineer who had actually contacted us, who specializes in fall arrest systems for other facilities, and we brought that together on this cost estimate that we're using to base for City Hall and the RCMP.
Okay. And then, and not that I'm getting at that I don't care about staff safety, because it's the most important thing, right? Everybody's safety, but, I don't think we've ever had an issue, right? And then the other part, is it WCB mandated that we have to have that, or is it just, just there as, you could have that? Because I know there's a lot of buildings in Dawson Creek that don't have this kind of stuff. And so, I'm not suggesting anything or against any staff safety things. I'm just want to make sure we're utilizing our funds the best we can.
So through your worship, I can speak to a small portion of that. The reason the Devereux booster station came up was actually because I had a contractor on the roof and it was called into WorkSafe. So he visited the site, but the contractor was off of the roof at the time, so he didn't identify anything. That's what spurred the conversation about making it safer. There is definitely lots of options for safety. It really just depends on the building, quite honestly. I can't speak to the other situations, but I think Shantae can as well.
Yeah, okay. Because we have a lot of buildings, like you're talking arenas, the Oventive Center. Shantae?
Yeah, just through your worship, in 2014, we were written up for being on top of the Gannon Arena roof. And so we had to find a different way to do it. It wasn't as tall as the other roofs. So we were written up for it. So we do need to make sure that we are following WCB. We are aware. And so that's why these safety concerns were brought up, because we want to make sure that we're safe. We're following WCB and we're looking out for the workers and the contractors that are on our building. It is high, but I mean, the thing is that we have to make sure that we follow those regulations and that we make sure that we are doing what we need to do. And keeping people safe. So it's one of the things that was on our list that we need to look at. So that's why we have it forward here today to discuss about it, moving it forward. If council so wishes.
Just before you, shut your mic off. That just, we're talking these 3 buildings. The city owns a lot more than 3 buildings in town. So is this system already in place on other buildings, or is this just the start of getting us compliant with WCB? Okay.
Through your worship, I feel like it's a tag team who's taking my
that's perfect.
So we identified these buildings because we're on them monthly. Some buildings were not on as much, so I'll give you KPAC, which we are also on monthly. They have a roof access. We're never on the edge of the roof. There's actually, when it was built, there's a door that goes right to where the HVAC systems are kept. And we replace filters on those monthly, and they come right out into the center of the roof. Unfortunately, these three buildings, the RCMP, there is an outward hatch that goes through, but it is towards the side. So we have to be 6 feet in from the edge of the roof, is my understanding. And anything that extends over 9 feet has to have some kind of fall protection. We've just been lucky that WorkSafe BC hasn't walked by when our staff have been up there accessing.
Thank you for clarifying.
But now they know.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more discussion on this, I am going to call this motion to vote. Thank you. Oh. Vote is closed. It's carried. Councillor Parslow.
I know a lot about this one, so I would like to move the funding be provided for the Sudeten Hall drainage repairs and curb replacement for a budgeted amount of $100,000.
Have a second. Councillor Sudnick.
Just in case somebody's forgotten this, the Sudeten Hall was through the sterling work of a lot of volunteers, and a contractor was brought back into use and is a valuable asset, as illustrated by this Christmas season. And the drainage was an issue, and still is an issue. It's from the, I guess it's the Alaska Highway side and the car park that we do need to effect some permanent solution there. Right now, through the support of, I think it's PC Oilfield, the city, who's always there for the Mile Zero Park. There is some preventative work going on, which is of a temporary nature, but we need a permanent fix, which would, in a sense, stop runoff to the building. That an engineer has said if we don't do something about it, the drainage system will be wiped out. So we're working on a temporary fix through right now, but we need this permanent fix to secure the building.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Our next order of business is 9 bylaws. We have 9.1. We have highway closure and dedication removal. Now akin bylaw number 4515 for consideration of adoption. We have a motion. Councillor Earl, second. Councillor Apollonio. Any discussion? No, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next, we have 9.2, report number 23-010 from the Chief Financial Officer, Reason Dawson Creek Fire Department Capital Reserve Fund, bylaw number 4544, 2023 for consideration of first 3 readings. Do I have a motion to? Councillor Sudnick, second. Councillor Parslow. Any discussion? I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried. Next is 9.3. We have report number 23-015 from the Development Service Manager. Reason fees and charges amendment bylaw number 4546, 2023 for consideration of first 3 readings. A motion. Councillor Kemp, second. Councillor McDonald. Any discussion? No, I'll call this motion to vote. It's closed and it's carried. I'm going to call a recess for lunch to 12:30. Call our regular meeting of City Council with Committee of the Whole on Monday, January 23rd back to order. So just going back in the agenda, we're going to go back to 2.5. We have John Buckle, Principal Environmental Design Solution in attendance. Reason the update on the Culture, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan for the city of Dawson Creek. So welcome, John, and
Great, thanks, Your Worship.
You're welcome.
This is our second opportunity to speak with you. I was here late last fall to talk to the previous council about the progress we were making on the parks, the Culture, Parks, and Rec Master Plan. So happy to give you another update today, now that we're nearing the finish line. I'm just going to turn this on. So today I'm going to talk about the project scope, what that involved, an overview of the engagement program that we had when we had reached out to the general public and the stakeholders. I'm going to go through all the recommended actions. We didn't append the full 120-page report at this point. It's basically at the finish line now, but nearing your feedback today. But I have included all the actions so that you have a fulsome picture of what the move forward strategy is, and then I'll talk about some next steps that we have. So the first handful of slides are from the previous presentation you saw last fall, for those of you who had the benefit of seeing my performance. What is a master plan? It's an overarching document that guides decision making. So it's not a statutory plan. It doesn't have the teeth and rigor of a bylaw. It's not going to be adopted as a bylaw. Nonetheless, it's used as a document that informs statutory plans like municipal development plans and other things like that. So it gives us strategic directions on how facilities, amenities are programmed and looking at growth in future years. An important aspect of it is that as a well-rounded perspective, that we're not coming through it just through an economic lens. We're not looking at just a social lens, but we're looking at the natural environment, human needs. We're looking at everything from buildings, looking at regionalism, and certainly from a cultural perspective to ensure that we're working through the lens of all people, all walks of life. Some of the guiding principles of the master plan document is safety and comfort, to make sure that all of our parks, the open spaces, the public facilities are safe and comfortable for people to use. Year-round accessibility is very important. We are a winter city here, and it's important that we recognize the need for year-round programming and events and activities. You want to optimize the facilities and not just look at peak time. A lot of times you'll get a community that says, we have no ice, we have no ice. Well, maybe you don't have peak time ice available, but you certainly have ice utilization at different times of day. We want an improved environmental ethic, and that's something that a lot of communities have to catch up on, is trying to get the way in which we use the natural environment in these open spaces to ensure that we're complying with provincial and federal acts and legislation, but more importantly, that the environmental ethic that people have within comes through in the way in which the city operates. And I think a primary thing is to meet the needs of residents. I think we identified early on in the engagement program that this is not about bolstering tourism. This is not about attracting people to visit. We want to make sure that we're, through this plan, that we're really meeting the needs of residents first. Some of the plan outcomes. First is to recognize that recreation is an essential service. We want to have that acumen and that attitude amongst our stakeholders, and we certainly saw that through the engagement process, and people seeing that even the culture and who we are is really, a lot of it is defined by how we recreate and use the outdoor and indoor spaces. We want to make sure that what comes out of this is a bunch of clear, attainable actions. I hope that you'll find that the final plan will be very highly action-oriented, so it's very clear what it is we're recommending and what horizon, and how do we measure it, what are those metrics. Partnerships are very important. We want to work with third-party entities, private enterprises, entrepreneurs, and we want to make sure the city's not competing with any of them, that we're letting them thrive and working together to deliver culture, parks, and recreation for the city. It's a roadmap for cultural activities, how we offer services, and how we manage parks and facilities. And hopefully through this process, we demonstrated how important it is to engage with residents and how successful it has been and how that process has led to the actions that we recommend. So these are not boilerplate actions that come from other communities. This is really a culmination in the success that we had from the engagement process. How we got there, the process started off with some background reviews. So that's going through many stacks of old reports, through statistics and other information that helps us make decisions. There was a few days, Melina's a fantastic tour guide. We toured every facility, open space, every city-owned asset when it comes to parks, recreation, and culture. We also had a number of staff interviews to get a sense of the lay of the land, their experiences that they have, everybody from the people that cut the grass to the people that put pool chemicals in. We then had some stakeholder engagement sessions with we called key stakeholders, which are primarily your service groups and your third-party entities. The draft report we had put together, and that was what we presented to council in the previous year, and looking at the mapping, of course, the consolidating of what it is that we have to manage. We had some stakeholder re-engagement, so once we had the recommendations, going back out to the public through a public and open house and to reach out to individuals as needed to confirm the direction and ensure that they're on board, and now and then the finalization of the plan itself. So, an important aspect of this is that it's locally grown, and I think we went through a process that really does engage the local residents, and I think the people that certainly were involved with the process felt that we were eyes wide open, not coming through here with preconceived ideas what the plan should be. We, want to ensure again that we are embracing what we have here in Dawson, and I think the outdoor environment, the natural environment, some of the natural assets that you have are very unique compared to other communities that don't have as much of that as an inventory. Ensuring that the way we operate is efficient, that we are doing the best with what we have. The user statistics, unfortunately, and we'll look at a slide in a bit, are not as telling as they have been for other plans because of the pandemic and a lot of the variables that affected it. So that information was a little less reliable than if I did a plan 5 years ago. The outdoor environment, I couldn't say enough about how people define, what is Dawson and what is the culture that we have here. And the outdoor environment really came up a lot. And it's not city-owned assets. It's just the ability to, to go toward the electric, the fans out in the distance, to go to use the regional trails, to go snowmobiling. So we have to look at the region as well and how that affects our culture. Outdoor events, that's something we also looked at as well, and what are we missing? And what we found is we have a lot of summertime stuff maybe missing on the wintertime side, so some encouragement of more outdoor programming on that perspective. And then individual pursuit. One of the big things that came out of the pandemic was the ability for people just to go on their own. And now with people's busy schedules, there's less of a reliance or an appetite for people to be on team sports. They can't commit to something on a regular basis. So they're reaching out to things like self-pursuit, going for a walk, going through, going out with their kids when they can as a recreation activity. And lastly, the natural environment. I've spoken to that and the importance of that. Again, catching up with legislation, ensuring that we're using things in a way, we're making the right steps so that when we are planning for recreation, we're balancing that with environmental protection. This is a chart that came out of the previous master plan that was last done in 2006, and this shows the 15 action items that were identified and which ones are ongoing versus which ones are complete. So, for example, focus on operation of a new multiplex. That's ongoing. That's something you're going to continue to do. Redesign the old pool site and demolish it. So you have demolished that old site. A couple of them that are incomplete. Number 11 is implementing the city beautification plan. There's ongoing efforts for pageantry, for other downtown enhancements that I've seen, sitting here today and in past council initiatives or meetings, sorry. And number 13, naming parks more consistently. You do have some unnamed areas and open spaces and parks. And I know there is a policy for naming, but something that's deliberately shown in here as an action is to properly name and have a better signage program so people know what the names of all these parks are. So pretty simple things that are outstanding. So I think administration has done a very good job over the last 16 years since this plan was done to deliver on these 15 action items. But it is time for certainly for an update. With the engagement program, there are some what we heard reports that were previously provided, and those were given to you in detail at the last session, and they're certainly available on our project website. We had staff interviews, again, that I spoke about, over 10 of those. With our stakeholder workshops, we had 46 participants from various groups that are listed in that report. The post-workshop public open house session we had a couple councillors there at the time. I believe it was just prior to the election that we held that. We had our council presentation last fall, stakeholder re-engagement that I spoke on, and then a second public open house. So at the end of the day, a very robust engagement process. I think we got a lot from those sessions, but the what we heard report is important within the report to tell us what we heard, and then how does that translate into action. Some of the key findings that when these were coming out of certainly the summer and into last fall, administration is doing an incredible job with the work that they have. And I say with skeletal staff and resources, they have some really highly skilled individuals that are very passionate, and that helps deliver with such a small cohort of staff. The stakeholders are generally content with the existing amenities. You didn't hear a lot of people really screaming for much. There were a few small things, but for the most part, we had a lot of content within our stakeholders. The public and stakeholders really want to look at local needs. So we didn't hear from people, let's really push to have something world-class. Let's attract, sport tourism. We didn't hear that through the process. Not to say that that's not important, and that's something that Dawson could strive for, but again, the initial appetite is to let's do it right for residents first. The local trends that we're seeing, so for example, having indoor pool being at a high priority and other things, combative sport being at the bottom of the list, everything we're seeing here is consistent with provincial and national trends. So we have access to Canadian Parks and Rec Association, BCRPA, all of the data that comes that tells us what are the trends provincial-wide or nationally. We're seeing the same thing here, which is great. You're not seeing any anomalies, so it helps us really work with that data. And lastly, there is a sentiment that recreation is not valued and that more investment is needed. And we're going to talk about some of the investments that we're recommending in different areas as a result of the plan. I mentioned the project website. It is accessible through the city website, and it's a standalone site that we've been providing to all of our participants, where it hosts all of our surveys. The background information is there, what we've heard reports, and then when the draft report's posted in the next few days, it'll be accessible there, where we're going to broadcast that to everybody and say, look, well, check out the plan and give us some reaction to that. So some of the key findings we already talked about, with administration doing great work. I've talked about everybody's generally content. Let's look at local needs, the fact that trends are consistent, and then the value. We need to increase value. With the draft actions, as I said earlier, we need to ensure that they're clear so it makes sense to everybody. We're not using buzzwords, jargons, designerly talk. They're achievable. It's something that is realistic within the horizons that we're proposing. The test that we're here today is, for example, to look at some of the financial metrics and whether or not we feel as a council that, or you feel as a council that they can be supported. And if not, we need to rethink some of these actions. Or if we think it is attainable, then we can move forward with this. So this is a bit of a gut check at this point. The last thing is being measurable. We want to make sure that we can come back in 5 years and say, council, here's how we've done halfway through the life of this plan, so that we have some very measurable metrics that we can put forward. Secondly, we have to identify who is responsible. So beside a lot of the actions, you'll see council, administration, community partners, or the general public. There are some of the actions that we're relying on community partners to move forward with. There's other things where we need resident support on. So we have different horizons. There's 4 different horizons of actions. The first is called continued. So continued actions are things we're already doing, but they are important for us to continue to do moving forward. We then have immediate term, medium, and long term through the 3 to 5, and then 5 to 10 year horizon. And one of the other recommendations that after 5 years, so in 2028 approximately, we have another revisitation of the plan. That's not hiring me, that's not getting another consultant to come in, but a really good, maybe it's a weekend, 2-3 day workshop with staff to say, okay, let's see where we're at, and then reprioritize, go back to council and say, all right, we've achieved this much, here's 5 to 10 years, and maybe rethink some of those priorities and to reprioritize, because 10 years is a long ways away. Coming out of the pandemic, there are some challenges that we have, and we have to see how the public's going to react to that return back to normalcy. Some of the guiding principles that are in the report, first is accessibility, to make sure it's accessible to all people, despite their income level, their age and physical ability. Affordability, not all recreation is attainable to all people, and we want to ensure that there are recreational options available for all people regardless of their income. Celebrating collaboration and to let the public know that the city's open for business, for partnerships, and to work together and collaborate on delivering parks, rec, and culture. For example, music festivals that may need simple little things like maybe seed money or just some logistical know-how of how to run an event, so they can collaborate and deliver different events. Thinking creatively, so how can we, for example, use sites in many different ways, not just having an outdoor space that's for singular use, but how could it be used for 5, 6, 7 different uses? Looking at inclusivity, again, to have all residents and all people involved. Resiliency, we have to ensure that we, again, are adaptable. We have spaces that can be used for a multitude of things. Looking at responsibility, so we have to ensure that we are very lean on maintenance operations and the way we program it. And lastly, being visionary. We're not saying world class. We're saying we have to be visionary. We have to look at new technologies as we move forward to optimize the way that we maintain and we build and we operate and program. So here's just an example. I'm not going to speak this to any specifics, but just to give you a sense of how deep we go with the analysis, we do look at trends. And this is, for example, the rental hours of soccer fields going from 2016 to 2022. We just received and we've been consciously holding off a little bit on releasing the report only because now we have the 2022 results that came in last week. Those are going to be incorporated into these charts in the final version. What does this show us? Well, typically, as I said earlier, the pandemic threw a bit of a curveball into things. Typically, we can look at these and we can look at the trends and we can see here's the things that are trending downwards or upward. But with the pandemic, we had everything from closures completely of facilities. We have a lot of facilities that used to be 7 days and we've come back at only 5 out of 7 days, or where we have less staff. So these are less telling, as I said earlier, than if I did this report 4 years ago. Not to say it's not good data, but there's just so many variables that the reason why we have these astronomical drops in usage. One of the things that I think is, to me, one of the most important questions to ask when doing these parks culture to rec master plans is what are the barriers? What's limiting you from participating or from being involved and getting engaged? And a lot of, seeing number one is unaware of opportunities. The city does have a website. They use Facebook. They use social media to promote these. But for some reason, a lot of residents just don't feel they're hearing it. So we have to rethink the way in which we're releasing it. I've met with seniors at Seniors Hall, and I'm told that unless it's on that bulletin board, we don't know about it. Other groups, it has to be on app. There's no app for it. I can't do it. The other one, too expensive. Again, not to say that we need to lower the cost of everything, but we need to find some options that are low to no cost to residents. In the process, and this is a chart I'm not going to go through in detail, but just to talk about the priorities. And this is asking the stakeholders, and through the household survey, the citywide survey that we did, asking, what are the highest priorities for you? Water playgrounds, spray parks, trails, playgrounds, outdoor skating come up as the top 4. And this is not just through a single survey, this is through a blend of the different events that we did. So today you're supporting the Misting Park, and I commend you on that, but obviously this is a number one priority for the community. So this is what helps us give us that gut check to say, all right, does that fall within the engagement program, within our highest of priorities? Whereas if somebody came and said, we want a cricket field, you might want to think, okay, if it's a good opportunity, but just keep in mind that it didn't score very high. Not to say you wouldn't build one, if the right proposal came forward. On the indoor side, these are the priorities that are coming through, and we did show a draft of these priorities. They haven't changed much since we showed them last fall. Leisure pool, walking, running track, indoor playgrounds, we're seeing that provincially and nationally as well as high priorities. Another question that we thought was very important in the engagement process and the survey to ask was, all right, we know that we're hearing that we have a lack of winter activities, and from a cultural perspective, we're not doing much during winter months. What can we do, and what are some of the ideas? So this just gives us a bit of a shopping list of opportunities for either third-party entities or the city to pursue on a programming perspective during the winter months. An important aspect of this plan is culture, and the question is, what does culture mean? And the first immediate perception that people have is it has to do with multiculturalism, and it's not. It's very deep. It's not just representing the ethnicity and the nationalities that are here within the community. It's looking at things like cultural occupations. Are we attracting writers, musicians? Are we film technicians? Are we facilitating that within the community? It's looking at, are we recognizing and valuing different organizations like Indigenous groups, multicultural groups, heritage societies. It looks at some of those spaces and facilities. Do we have the facilities to celebrate some of those cultural activities and the music festivals and other art shows, things like that. And lastly, some intangible assets, and those are things like oral tradition, telling stories, interpretation. So when we speak to the value and what we want to promote for culture, it's not just multicultural festival. It goes as deep as saying we need more interpretive programming and to celebrate our heritage and history as a community. So again, with the actions, we had provided to you within the package a fulsome list of all the actions that are recommended. And of these, I believe there's, 33 that came through. We don't try to hit a magic number like 15 or 50 or 30. It is what it is and what comes out of it. These are the continued actions that came forward. And for example, in the very first one, this is under the category of service delivery programming. What we've heard from residents was community events are a key aspect of culture. So what we do as events really defines culture here in Dawson. So as in action, continue to support the local partners. And we're not saying the city needs to do more. We're saying let's engage partners that we could work with. And that's led by administration and getting council support. So it gives you a sense of how we've structured these charts. Another one, A2 is looking at service delivery. It says residents value park, recs, and culture services here in Dawson. And then the action is continue to actively promote the importance of it. So this is reaffirming what the city is already doing. In the immediate term, so this is within the next couple of years, we want to just put one example. The very first one, Dawson has a high population of youth. National trends point toward a desire for more opportunities for unstructured and spontaneous play. What does that mean? Less team sports, less joining, expensive sports or team organizations that have very specific times, and having more spontaneous things like a basketball hoop or a facility in the outdoors that they could just use at random. So what does that tell us? As we're designing parks, as we're looking at open space, we have to think about more unstructured use of facilities and of amenities. And I'm assuming, and hopefully you did have the opportunity to go through these slides, and this would really be the meat of what we're going to get reaction from you on. I'll jump to a medium-term action and C1. So this is within the next 2 to 5 years. On the development infrastructure perspective, says traditional urban planning is focused on vehicles. So we've planned our city based on having streets, having sidewalks, but being vehicular dominated. The action, we did recently a 2020 transportation master plan. The action is let's think a little bit deeper as it relates to trails. There is a section of trails within that document, but from an active transportation perspective, we need to recalibrate it. And then once we understand what are we doing to, for example, some of our destination parks, how does that play into it on a very site-specific level? How do we think more about the pedestrian rather than the vehicle in the way in which we're planning? So this is really a change of acumen of how we deal with transportation. Some of the long-term actions, and these are not to say they're less of a priority, but some of them actually make sense to do later on. So as an example, we're suggesting in the medium-term horizon that we look at some of our destination parks and we do a bit more design or thinking about what goes within those parks. You can't do that until there's other things that precede it, like the trails planning and other things. So at the end of the day, these are items that, again, after the 5-year, call it gut check, we would recalibrate and say, look, do these still make sense? Or, for example, we have D2 talks about Rotary Lake, actually implementing Rotary Lake as a redevelopment project. Our Mile Zero Society may have already come across a major amount of funding, and maybe that was done in years 2, 3, and 4. So again, as much as it may be recommended in the long term, other groups may be seeking funds and things might happen sooner into the process. This chart, and I apologize, very chart heavy in this presentation, and this chart really talks about prioritization of projects. So what we are putting within the master plan is this bit of a matrix that looks at the priorities. So if, for example, a group comes to administration and says, we want to put in a outdoor chess park, big, outdoor huge chess table and then picnic tables with chess boards imprinted in, and here's the costs. We want to enable administration to have the tools to prioritize projects as they come in. So the first, the question is it relevant to the master plan? 5 points if it is, 0 if it's not even mentioned. Community engagement. Was it done through engagement, yes or no, or is this just a small faction of people? How does it meet the trends? Is this a trend that might fizzle out in a year or two and the investment disappears? Is it meeting a gap that we have within the community? So, for example, are we missing, that's kind of commonly an elderly type of activity? Do we need more of that in this area of the community? So decisions need to be multifaceted, not because it's a really good idea, but this is just giving that decision matrix. And as administration, as their next step, something that Shantani and her team will have to do hot off the press of you endorsing this plan, is to come up with an action plan and make sure that we now have the people in place and the decision-making matrices in place. Something like this is an example of a chart we did for another community that looks at how do we score this. And then council got used to seeing these. This is this was in Sturgeon County. Council is now receiving these as part of their capital budget planning process, and they say, hey, if it meets a score of 85 or higher, we're going to endorse it right away. If it's between 70 and 85, we have to rethink it. So it just allows you, as you see multiple projects come forward through a period of time, to see how they score on a number of these metrics, everything from budget to sustainability to how well it's been received by the community and engagement. So lastly, I'll talk about some of the cost implications of the plan. And we tried to pull that out specifically. These are not written into the document yet. These are more things that we want to present to council, again, as that gut check to ensure that moving forward, you are happy and content with the recommendations and what they have from what we feel is a cost. The first is include increased full-time equivalents. So we are looking at additional staff. Obviously, as you build things, you need staff to take care of them. If you want to have more of a cultural presence and you want to have more cultural activities, you need people to inspire that. Secondly, detailed studies. So of course, as you're designing new things, you need to hire engineers to do testing and surveying and design. So there's those costs. And then lastly, capital cost expenditures, so delivering new playgrounds and new parks. So over the horizon of the 10 years, the estimated costs include, first off, 2.5 FTEs over the next 3 years. So that's not saying today and tomorrow, but as we go and you add 4 extra winter festivals and events, or maybe a liaison to work with third-party entities to put on those cultural events. You increase your amount of park. You need more mower. You need more people to be cutting the grass and maintaining these parks. So we're estimating through the events programming. Secondly, project management. We need city staff that can oversee capital projects. So as you're building new things, you would need people to have oversight on those contracts. Secondly, I know we've been talking a bit about playgrounds, an investment of $300,000 each 2 years for 10 years. So every 2 years, an expenditure of $300,000 to replace one of the playground or build a new playground within the city, and that's replacing 5 structures over 10 years. The next one is allocating, and what we've estimated, $2.4 million for a year-round outdoor amenity. We do have a site that we feel works very well within the downtown, your old outdoor pool site, as a outdoor gathering space. So it might be an events plaza that could serve a multitude of different functions, but nonetheless a downtown destination gathering space. Additional studies, and these are for all the small things, everything from looking at doing your annual fees and charges assessments to redesigns of trail systems, of parks, $475,000 over 7 years. And lastly, for destination parks like Rotary Lake and others that we want to do major enhancements to, $2.75 million, or as we say, grant support. Those are always projects that are, if shelf ready, shovel ready, are very compelling for grants for redevelopment of destination parks. And that's in years 4 through 8. So that's something in the latter part of the plan where we see some of those capital expenditures taking place. As for next steps, obviously we want to get your feedback today on the direction that we're going here at near the finish line of the report. We're then going to work with administration to have that report done over the next approximately week or so. And at that point, we want to post it to the project website, promote it to our stakeholders to let it know, everybody know that the recommendations are there. We will be also contacting a number of them specifically to say, here are specific actions that align with what we talked about. Do you agree or disagree? And then lastly, administration moving forward has to work on an implementation strategy. So it's like creating that metrics or chart that prioritizes capital projects, or who are we assigning these to? Or, do we need help? And if so, can we structure a position that we can go forward to council and say, well, look, we need more support, whether it be through consultants or through additional FTEs. So that's my presentation, half hour to the minute, and I'll be happy to take any questions or pass them on to Aaron, Melina, or Shante if they could speak to it more eloquently than I can.
Thank you, John. You did nail that time perfectly, hey? I just wanted to thank you for your presentation and for all staff have done as well to contribute to this. I know there's been a lot of work put into it, so thank you, and I'd like to open it up for questions. Well, I guess I gotta do something. Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. It was really good. Couple of questions. You said you spoke to stakeholders, and maybe previously council was told, but some of us are new. I'm just curious, who were the stakeholders? And a follow-up to that, when we did our stakeholder engagements, what time of year was it? I see the spray park being number one on there. Is that because we did our stakeholder engagements middle of summer, middle of the heat? Was it any consideration given to the fact that we just lost Rotary Lake? So does that skew our stakeholder engagement there and maybe have that placed higher on the list than it normally would be? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. Very good questions, and you might have some engagement training backgrounds and know about time of year, so I got to be careful responding to this. First off, on the stakeholders we did engage with, there is a fulsome list within the What We Heard report, and I'll ensure administration gets that to you specifically.
Okay.
But also before you accept the final report is information that you've seen in advance. And we did have, I'm just thinking about 30, 40 different people in the room, everything from artists to Mile Zero to, the regional district, other individuals like that. Adult volleyball was there, so we did drill in to specific groups. So a very fulsome list. We did invite well over 50, and we probably had 60% attendance off memory. Time of year, I think I've been in here with snow, without snow, in the fall, in different times of year. So yes, engagement can be skewed by, is it 30 degrees out? So people are eating ice cream thinking about spray parks. So yes, it is skewed. However, as I've shown when we did the priorities, it's based off of not just one survey, not one event. Mm-hmm. It was through 3 stakeholder sessions, 2 public open houses, and a household survey. We blend and aggregate the scores. And there's some of them that we feel are just don't make sense. So in this context, they did. But for example, we were in another community and we had, cricket kept on coming up, but we had the same 5 people coming to every session, and then they would tell their friends, put cricket at the top of the list. Well, we knew that it was an anomaly because it was based on a small faction of people that kept repetitively showing up. So we see through that, and especially when it's always me in the sessions, I get to know people well, and we don't, it's not the loudest bark gets the bone. It's we try to blend it, ensure that it's fair representation.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just another one, if I may, Your Worship. You mentioned people getting access to our outdoors in the region, the trails, Nordic trails, snowmobiling trails, the wind park, etc. What's your recommendation to us? Do we start engaging? We just brought tourism back in house. Do we have our local tourism drop off mapping for that, educating people? What's the recommendation on how we do that?
Yeah, and Your Worship, through you, I think those are really good ones for third-party involvement. So as an example, if you're looking at off-highway vehicles or snowmobiles, this city should stay out of that. let the enthusiasts do it. So maybe it's you help them achieve a grant, or you give them $10,000 to become a society and to give them a bit of seed money, and then let them go about doing it. And there's a lot of resources out there from municipalities across Western Canada on how to start an OHV club, or what does a snow drifter club or a snowmobile association do. So in that instance, when anytime you're looking outside your, outside of city proper, but recognizing you need those amenities for your residents, it's reaching out to the regional district and saying, this is what we're hearing, can you help us? Or secondly, can we look at third-party groups that can do this for us? Obviously the city shouldn't be in thinking about how do we get from here to the wind farm, but we want to recognize that's an important aspect for our residents. We need to facilitate that. Let's partner you with the right people to help you do that. So partnerships are extremely important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McDonald. Councillor Earl. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation here today. One thing you touched on, which is something I constantly battle with, is the idea of skewing, and the idea of when, as much as I value opportunities to engage with the public, as somebody who's been doing this both in this capacity and in other capacities for a long time, you do begin to see familiar faces over and over again at these things. And that's great. I mean, I'd never want to diminish the contribution of the people who do show up to stuff, because they're the lifeblood of the community. But you do realize, the vast majority of people in town we're likely never going to hear from. And those are the people it's very, very hard to get. I mean, coming out of the election, I think we had a 26% voter turnout. So I feel like we're definitely experiencing a crisis of civics and a crisis of engagement. And while I think certainly there's things we can do as a municipality to help foster that through recreation and culture, I have to contend with this nagging worry that we're a small cohort of people, well-intended people that contribute a great deal, are the ones who are informing our decisions. And I don't know if my worry is those decisions aren't going to be relevant to, the 80% of people who you never hear from because they're busy with other stuff. And there's nothing you can do, but you can use the tools at your disposal and you can listen to those who show up to talk. But it's something, as we look over the next 5 to 10 years in the future of this community, I'm always very apprehensive about. So I don't know if you've got any words of wisdom to help me grapple with that. But before you answer, a couple notes I did want to make. Optimization, and especially around park utilization. So I agree that the parks we do have that are well used could do with a bit more in the way of signage and making sure it's available to the public. But there are a number of parks we have in town which are very lightly used. And I think part of the discussion as we contend with what kind of resources we can deploy in service to these initiatives is which parks over the next however many years can we begin to decommission, return to nature, do without, so that we can put our resources where they're getting the most bang for our buck. Because you've heard some of the conversation we've had here today around some of the costs we're contending with as a municipality. So while I'd like to say, yes, we can afford everything, the reality is we've still got some tough decisions to make. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Yeah, thanks, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Earl. First off, with the low turnout, so you say, you get 25% of people coming to do an election. We had 450 residents fill out the household survey. Is that statistically valid? No. Is it accurate? Yeah, from the faction of 450 people that responded. But usually people that respond to surveys are really either very passionate about it or pissed off. So that's why we look to provincial and national trends. So we say, what is the norm within Western Canada? And then that becomes more representative of the broader community. we also, so a stakeholder session, we invite 50 people and 26 show up. We still reach out to, ones that we really need to hear from. And that allows us to, so those aren't represented in the workshop numbers, but it might be on the one-on-one interviews. Or we might hear of a great idea about, we talked about cricket pitches. Well, I have a meeting this afternoon with the college and they're looking at maybe some outdoor improvements. They have people from all around the world coming. And I want to hear, well, what's the appetite? What is the college doing? So it may not be what the city does, but we instill the idea that partners like that, you can help us moving forward. So partnerships are very important. So going back to the question of how valid or how much do we really look at the, feedback we had just from 4 workshop or 5 workshop sessions, that's why we look to the broader trends. That's why Shante, hires people like us who have worked on plans in dozens of communities and understand, through hearing other walks of life, what the needs are. If we had 100% or say 90% representation in these sessions and in our surveys, we probably wouldn't have to look at the provincial and national trends. We'd have a good pulse of it because your population isn't changing. It's not like you have 8-9% population growth or decrease where you have a crazy changing dynamic. Where what we do have moving forward is an elderly population that's growing and the need for us to look at finding ways to deal with aging in place, recreation for, we're all getting older and hopefully we're aging in our communities. So that's one trend that we see that we have to start thinking about. And you see a bit of that in the document about having to think more about youth and elderly programming, and that's what's lacking here right now. Your second question, Councillor, about we have some parks that are lightly used or barely used. And in the report, one of the consultant studies that we recommend is looking at all of your park systems and to look at user statistics and the types of uses that are taking place. So Melina gets $300,000 for playgrounds. She's guided and she knows where it goes. She's not going to just pick a flat spot in some field and stick it there. It has to have some backbone to it. And the affinity more going toward natural area experiences and what we call, spontaneous play or passive recreation, that's exactly doing that. It's taking underutilized parks that we're cutting grass right now and not cutting the grass, returning it to a natural condition, maybe having just a trail that's maintained only in the summer rather than mowing 2.5 hectares of grass year round and fertilizing. So that's a study specifically for that, is to ensure that we are investing our time, effort, and money in the right places, parks that are being utilized, and then, of course, responding to the trend of people having a stronger affinity for nature and having more natural area experiences within the city itself. So it's also looking at areas, for example, the creek itself that has significant erosion problems. If you didn't clear cut those parks, they probably wouldn't have eroded the same way because you don't have the root structure there. So it's thinking about from an ecological and from a, call it disaster relief, how can we return those to a state that are better and more resilient to climate change and things like that. So I hope I responded to the questions. The actions do support all of that. I'm always, my passion is in urban nature, and I'm always excited when somebody comes and says we're going to tear the playground down and return it to a natural state. Because that's the type of play that, many of us grew up with sticks and mud and getting dirty. That's the type of play that I think is the most exciting and we don't do enough of. So,
thank you.
Councillor
thank you. Yeah, that spoke to my questions, concerns, whatever you want to call them, and I look forward to seeing it in more detail in the report. One thing I did want to note based on what you said, though, is with respect to the dynamic shifts in the community. So, it's not maybe because it happened kind of gradually, not as noticeable, but between 2016 and 2021, the immigrant population in Dawson Creek pretty much doubled from about 600 to 1,200. And according to Stats Can, our population grew by 300 in that interim period of time. So were it not for an influx of immigrants, the city actually would have shrunk. And those are predominantly Filipino. And then I'd imagine based on the conversation you're having this afternoon with the college, Southeast Asia and other places. So as we look towards, I understand cricket might not be very far up this list right now, but in 5 years that could be very much different. Because I know when I go up to Frank Ross with my kid on the playground, there's always someone playing cricket there. But I also want to, with respect to skewing it touches on is, and I'm glad you are speaking with Northern Lights College, because my worry is for somebody who's relatively new to Canada, and if English isn't their first language, and they've not that answering household surveys and coming out to stakeholder engagement sessions might not be top of mind for them or might not seem accessible. So is there, were you able to speak with Kalipi or the student unit at NLC during your stakeholder engagement?
Through your worship, yeah, we have had a conversation with the college, and I think what we learned is the promotion of the college programs is looking overseas and abroad. It's not, they don't market, a lot in Western Canada. They put a lot of effort because they do get a great cohort of people, as you suggest, from Southeast Asia. So that being said, we have to be resilient to the types and the ways in which different people with different worldviews use space. I've been in park planning for a long time, and I think back to my days growing up in Winnipeg, and I'd go to the Red River cat fishing, Red River tractor fishing, best fishing on earth, beats marlin. But you see Filipino populations on Sundays, and everybody's there. Grandma's there, grandpa's there, the kids are there, the nephews are there, these large groups. And I just admire cultures that respect that family unit. They use a space altogether different than what I would use when I take my twins out to a site. And we might, join another, dad and couple kids. Different worlds, views and different cultures use space in different ways. So moving forward, what the lesson we learned through the engagement process is, we do have a strong ethnic population. We use spaces differently. We have different Christmases. We have different celebrations and ways that we want to express ourselves. So that's important. That is, to an extent recognized in here. Moving forward, this is not traditional Western Canadian park planning. Having that high ethnic population, and the college who suggests moving forward, and something we learned in engagement was they're going to continue to market the college in that way. We either have to, as a city, respond to that or encourage them to, work with your campus lands to suit a lot of those accommodations. They have a lot of populations that are people that are coming in without driver's license. English is not their first language. They're uncomfortable walking downtown. They want to recreate close to their housing unit. Therefore, we might want to do more on the property itself. So that's been good dialogue and just a good example of how the city and the college needs to work together moving forward on who takes on what and how can the city facilitate the relationship.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Well, I appreciate some of the questions have been asked. What balance in your weighting do you give for staff, for stakeholders, and those people that answer survey? Is it 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, or is there some other formula?
Through your worship, just to clarify, you're asking what weighting we give staff, what the staff is.
And
staff input.
Stakeholder input and people that answer surveys. How do you deal with that equally, or
yeah, through your
do you
worship,
have a weighting for one group, or what?
Yeah, through your worship, we typically look to the public, and through surveys and through workshops and what we're hearing through the public, that is our recommendation of what the needs are. What we do then with administration is, okay, what's the reality? So can we deliver that? Or are we already doing that, and do we need to repackage it in a certain way? So for example, we saw what we heard from engagement was the number one barrier is people don't know there's activities taking place. And I come and I meet with my internal administration group and they say, what, are you kidding? We do this and this and this, and they're not hearing it. Are you kidding? But then it tells us we need to improve upon it. So in that case, we are listening exclusively to the needs of stakeholders and residents. Again, when we meet with administration, it's more validation of what we're hearing. And, so for example, we heard a lot about, we need to do more with active transportation and trails. Well, the city 2 years ago did an a new transportation master plan. They just haven't delivered it yet. So it was through that process that we can then say, all right, we don't have to put that high on the list. We don't need to do the plan that the public is looking for. We need to just look at an existing plan and actually implement it. So that's where administration comes in. You know, administration, they have a skewed perspective. They have skewed as in they know the realities. They say, oh, well, we only get X dollars per year, so let's pare it down. If I left it up to the stakeholders and residents, everything would be in year one. We'd all want it today because people want immediate action. But there is the reality of what can we fiscally deliver? What do we have the staff resources to deliver? And that's where the staff interviews come in.
Well, just if I can continue with a couple more questions.
Sorry?
Can I continue with a couple more questions?
Yeah, just keep in mind that there's some others in time. So.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, reality. Many master plans just gather dust because they're not grounded in reality, and the big reality is finance. For us, it's a big issue. And I just wondered, when you formulated these ideas with whoever, increase FTE, build this, build that, if you were given was any picture painted to you about the financial challenges facing this city?
Yeah, through your worship, we do look at traditional expenditures, allocations toward the department for staff, for example. And I know 2.5 FTEs it's a big number, but that's not necessarily, it doesn't have to be within Parks and Recreation. As an example, one of the key roles is community liaisons with third-party groups. Programming events, fantastic summer student opportunities, fantastic opportunities that come sometimes with grant funding or outside government support to fund some of these summer students. Delivery of capital projects, probably wouldn't be within the Parks group, might be within engineering or infrastructure, where they have the expertise already, but this is going to put an additional burden on. The reason why I said a $2.4 million downtown plaza and destination park and not a $6 million destination park was understanding the dynamics of the city. And you're not alone. Most municipalities we deal with have these constraints. At the end of the day, these are guidelines and of what we feel would be the implication if council moving forward, as we do our budget cycling and we put forward or administration puts forward projects that are based on the master plan, that's where we say what can and can't be done. So this is not an ideal situation. This is not shooting for the moon. This is calibrated to what we feel is going to deliver a well-rounded culture, parks, and recreation system in the city. How council chooses to prioritize that based on finances is going to come up on an annual basis.
Just one last question. I'm going to be more specific. Were you made aware that we're trying to cut about $4 million out of our operating budget so that we have a fiscally sustainable future? Were you told that?
Yeah. Through your worship, I am aware of the cuts that the city is trying to do. At the same time, what we're trying to promote here is that recreation is a valued and an essential service. It's not a nice to have. And through your process, if we're hoping that you could see some priorities within this plan compared to other asks that might come forward. And again, we feel that recreation is an essential service. Therefore, it does deserve the attention of candidate projects like this that you can consider moving forward. Whether they get funded or not, it's going to have to stack up against other priorities the city has and within the means of what the city is able to fund. A lot of this, there are a number of grants, large-scale grants. We've worked on projects and, Fort St. John, $4 or $5 million outdoor open space projects that were 90% funded by federal agencies. So put the right compelling proposal together, a plan that you can stand behind. Having a robust plan like this makes your grant applications very compelling. This really encourages, administration to dig deep and to look for funding sources outside of city expenditures. So I do agree. It's probably not the time to be coming forward with 2.5 FTEs, but it is the time to say recreation to your residents is a high priority. It's an essential service, we believe, and for residents. It's what keeps people in the community, attracts new investment and people to move to a community, and therefore we put the plan in front of you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Apolloniou.
Thank you, John, for the report, detailed report. Don't you worry, this is just an easy question. Regarding the stakeholder that you conducted about this survey, I think, did you only contacted the people in physical meeting, or you consider the digital world like social media, something like that? So we know that social media is a big factor now in our daily living. most of them are busy working, for example, if this is conducted in a way that pattern to the, for example, the millennials, for example, or the new modern world, something like that. So at least it will be more encapsulating all the details or the data that you took.
Yeah, thanks. Through the chair, the workshops we had were in person, and we were very fortunate that we had a venue that we could do. We came hot off of the provincial restrictions just being lifted. We were finally able to meet in person. We were contemplating doing this all remotely and online. And as much as we get higher, and we've done easily 50 engagements this year as a company. Yes, when we do them online, we get more numbers, but the actual participation back is almost invaluable, or sorry, it's just not valuable at all. That you get very low participation, not a lot of dialogue, no exchange, no information return. In person has been highly successful. So yes, you probably get 25% less people attending, but you get 10 times the information out of it. So we did, for the most part, live in-person engagements. We also. But then when we had gaps and this group was missing, we missed minor hockey, or we had this one musician that he puts on this festival and he's fantastic, but he couldn't come to the session, we did the follow-ups, and that's done through email and other means. So a combination of, but I do respect that not everybody can attend. And there's we have some communities where we get, no turnout for stakeholder engagement, and you have to do it online. We're very fortunate that this town is not over-engaged. There is no stakeholder exhaustion. They were keen and eager and coming. So,
Thank you, Councillor. The others have any questions?
I had a couple, and I just want to thank you again for the presentation. When you're reaching out to the communities, to find out what they're looking for, do you look like it externally from our community, like our, I guess our stakeholders that are in here paying taxes, but looking outside of that, like would you reach out to Tumbler, Poos, Rolla, Chetwynd, like those cities and municipalities that, by us building some services could generate, them coming to our community? Do we look outside of what like the whole area is looking for? I know you did say that you talked to the regional district. I was just wondering if we go with that and, and even, the Indigenous component, like those, bands and the Treaty 8 around here, like do we reach out to any of them on what they're looking for?
Yeah, to you, Your Worship, we did have regional district representation in all of our workshops, and it was fantastic to have their perspectives. One of the key things we do in our very upfront investigation, where we're doing background research, is we look at all the surrounding communities. So we talk to Poos, we talk to Fort St. John, to others that are within driving distance, and we understand why are people going to Fort St. John for speed skating? Why are they going to Poos to rent, outdoor space, or why are they going outside the community to rent hockey sheets? So we learn things about, it's cheaper everywhere else to get a sheet of ice, or they have a world-class facility in Fort St. John, it's worth that drive. So that's the engagement we do to understand what is their inventory, to make sure I'm not recommending something like a world-class speed skating facility because it's within driving distance. So that is the outreach. Unfortunately, we run into this problem a lot when it comes to reaching out to Indigenous groups. We always reach out to them and say, give them personal invites to our sessions. We don't treat them they're not a stakeholder. They're a very valued partner in a lot of these, but unfortunately we seldom get a lot of uptake. So in the context of this, it's too intangible for many Indigenous groups to latch on and say, yes, we want to be part of the brainstorming. They just want to see the results. And when a specific project comes, like say a new downtown square or a new building, and we want to say we wanted to have a highly Indigenous theme, then we get a lot of, elders and others that are very keen and eager. And we found that within the region, that's when, you get a lot of the keen interest. So again, to reiterate or to summarize, we do have outreach, we do make invitations to other communities, but the more important way we engage those communities is understanding early on in the process, what is their inventory, what are their intentions, what are they looking at building over the next 10 years so we're not replicating it.
Thank you. One other question too. I know there was a report different than this just about the Rotary Lake Park and down there, but when we went through that scenario, and I mean part of it is in this Parks and Rec plan too, do we directly reach out to the organization that looks after that area to get their opinion on,
their vision and what they see?
To your worship, they were involved in our engagement process. Actually, my morning meeting was with the society today to understand what the next steps are. So certainly, all factions are involved. We understand what their current vision is. We're encouraged that moving forward, we might be involved with them to realize the next steps and create a bit of a vision plan for it. And Shante could speak to that more specifically if needed. But it's Rotary Lake is a very important one. There's a lot of people that felt once that was closed, there was a big gap, and what next? And I think the public is looking for an update on what the next steps are, and we're encouraged that the society is quickly putting together the next steps for that. So, and it would be important that the public is aware of that.
Yeah, that's why I bring it up. I mean, you talk about utilizing third party or bridging the communication or the the community together. It's like if they're going to do something, like let's empower them to be part of that. So I think it's important. The other thing too is I know we'll get a more of a breakout, but was there a plan to put like public restrooms and stuff? Like if we're talking about having an area downtown that brings our community together, is that in that dollar figure?
Yeah, to your worship, nothing specific with washrooms, and we have a lot of experience with public washrooms. Right. We've designed several in Fort St. John, Prince George, other communities. I can go on about stories about where it works and where it doesn't. Fort St. John has built several of them, and they've recently now closed them to the public, and they're only open during events. They can't keep up to the vandalism. Yeah. Prince George has its own challenges, but nonetheless, with washrooms, this is a master plan, and it says from a comfort and safety perspective, things like washrooms are important. They are not. This is not telling you what amenities need to go in parks yet. We're not there yet. So, for example, within the destination park, I think we estimate $2.75 million for major destination parks. Your washrooms would fall within that budget. To say that maybe your 2 destination parks would need a public washroom, but then until you do the design of it, I wouldn't go forward and identify that.
Thank you. Shante, did you want to?
So I just wanted to first of all, thank EDS for all their work. One reason why we had chosen them is because we wanted to be transparent, and we had a website that all the way along the way from April until now, we still have it open for people to be able to give feedback, feed forward, anything they want to have. So we started in April, and we'll continue on. Like today, we're meeting with the school, with the Northern Lights College. One thing that we did, we identified as soon as we started this project that we did not have a contact list that was a live, moving, good document with everybody in our community. And so that's one of the things that we want to do, and that's with the tourism thing that we want to get that going, and that's one of the things that we identified. Now from this project, we have a active list of the community groups. We still have to make sure we have more people. So we wanted to engage as many people as we could. Did all the people come? Absolutely not. But we tried to send that information, and we made sure that we had that website to go there. So there's some things that we're already moving on and growing. Like, we have a tennis court and a pickleball court. We're going to have a basketball court that's coming. We put those 3 projects up for placeholders so that we could start moving forward. The playgrounds were key. We have not had new playgrounds in 20 years. The outdoor hub was another one that we had we called it a skate rink, but it should not have been called that. It should have been called an outdoor hub at Centennial Pool. So we just need to figure out where we're going to go, and that's why we're going to wait for the report to come through, and then we'll bring a report back to decide where we're going to go. We're going to ask for some money every year to be put towards this master plan, because the last one was 2006, and it's important. I'm going to be leaving here soon from working, so we need to make sure that we have a plan for our master plan for the next 10 years so we continue on moving forward, so we're not left in the dust. So again, we want to thank EDS for all of their work and the team's work and that kind of stuff, and we're looking forward to the final report.
Thank you. I heard somewhere in there you said you're leaving soon? Yeah. No, I thought you were staying for minimum 10 years, so. Yeah. No, I want to thank EDS too, and John, thank you for coming in and making the presentation today, and very educational, so thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome. All right, so back to the agenda. Our next order of business will be 10, mayor's business. So 10.1, mayor's updates. So 1, just tourism open house. My days are a little bit blurred because it's been a busy few weeks, but there was a tourism open house 2 weeks ago where they had was it last week? No, it was the week before because I was gone last week. Yeah. So 2 weeks ago, where the tourism staff were down there and they had an open house just inviting people in, kind of the official kickoff to us taking over tourism. So I got to go down there and get a tour of it, met with the ladies down there, and it was just it was a great experience. They were, very passionate about tourism in the city, and so it was exciting to see. And and they said they had a few people through, so that was good. BC Natural Resource Forum, I won't touch too much on it because Councillor McDonald covered pretty much everything there. But I just wanted to send a thank you out to the Mayor of Prince George, Simon Yu, and then also Chief Darlene Logan from the Healy Tenay, just for welcoming us and having the event down there. It was it was amazing event just to be down there. For myself, the natural resource part of it, going through it was, there was some education in there for sure, and definitely some learnings on the direction it's going. But more so just the networking down there was, it was definitely beneficial to myself, and I can't speak for Councillor McDonald, but I'm sure for him as well. And just to help us in our growth as a city. Also, the Blueberry announcement was big, and we got the chance to meet a lot of the chiefs down there. And the one part that was meaningful for me when I met them is this agreement to them was about it just showed how hard they worked for it, and their love for the land, and for the way things were. So you could really see it in them. It wasn't about any other reason besides just what was right. So it was good to be part of. And then all the industry folks we met, and it was a busy, great time. So next I had NDIT meeting. I just had my first NDIT meeting last week, so I had a bit of an orientation, and it was a full meeting as well. So there was items that got brought up to work on. So I just wanted to thank Councillor Parslow for his commitment to the NDIT in the past, because out of all the regions and areas, this region utilizes it the least amount. So really, as sitting on NDIT, it's about being an ambassador to the program and getting the words out, and the benefit it could have to our community and the resources that are out there that we don't, necessarily tap into. So I wanted to thank Councillor Parslow, and I'm looking forward to following in his footsteps, and and educating and moving that forward. So thank you. Make a Difference group. I'll continuously have this on here. It's just some of the groups that are looking at moving forward in the community. The youth one, we have our next meetings in February, and it's really growing some legs on its own. We have one of the city staff is going to be attending that. We've had some principal from school. I think there's 20 plus people that are going to be at that meeting, and it's just really about an initial meeting about how do we bring those youth organizations together to make them most effective for themselves, but also for us as a city, so we know who's doing what, and just to bridge the whole communication. So also there was a 100th birthday. I just wanted to recognize on here as well. So I'm just gonna go notes on that one. Myrtle Grove celebrated her 100th birthday last week with a party, and she did invite myself. I was unavailable because I was out of town, so I just wanted to recognize her and congratulate her on 100th birthday. That's just an amazing thing in today's world, and her and her family have given a lot back to our community and our area, and grew up around this area. She worked at Lawrence's Meatpacking for 18 years, and just always have done a lot in our community and been part of it. So I just wanted to wish her a happy birthday, and thank her for everything she's done for Dawson Creek. So thank you. Next, we got 10.2. So we have the delegation from the Dawson Creek Athletics Association, the permissive tax exemption. So, they did have an ask to us. The ask was to revisit, their tax contribution. through the permissive tax, and their thoughts were, as their ask, I guess, directly was to have a cap on it if that's possible. They were comfortable with, what they've paid. I don't know the dollar value exactly, and they didn't because they weren't the golf course, but they did say that they would be, content with that amount. So I don't know if somebody's prepared to make a motion. Councillor Parslow.
Yeah, just sitting here, I have some motions here, and I think I should have had them run off because they're distinct motions, but they all relate to each other. So let me move forward a bit. I believe that we have an opportunity to engage in a collaborative endeavor with the Dawson Creek Athletic Association. This is not my motion, Joanne, sorry. But just as background, if I may, sorry, just...
Yeah, if you want to give a quick background, and then we can get to the motions and discuss. So.
Yeah, is that we have an opportunity, and so there are three motions I have. So I'm going to move the first one, that council agree in principle that the Dawson Creek Athletic Association receive 100% permissive tax exemption commencing 2024, subject to the establishment of an agreement concerning collaboration between the city and the association in the provision of recreation opportunities, special events, and tourism opportunities. So that's my first motion.
Do I have a second? Councillor McDonald. Councillor Parslow, did you want to speak to that motion?
Yes, I think I mentioned this earlier today, that I learned that places like Mississauga, North York, and so on, they all have golf courses, and they have recreation programs there, winter recreation programs there. I also think that we could also highlight more that facility at the golf course for events that community groups may want to rent it. Tourism might be able to use it, that we should just enter into a partnership agreement, and that we should exempt them from all permissive taxation if we are able to establish an agreement.
Okay.
So that's basically why I'm doing this motion. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Parslow. Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, through your worship. Kevin, I'm wondering if you can just give us the background of the actual taxing levels they're at now and where they're going to be in the next 3 years.
Can you push your button?
Through your worship, I'm gonna ask Terry to give a bit of background on that if she can.
I just have to find my spreadsheet, but so this year, I just want to reiterate the current problem with the permissive tax exemption policy as it is now when we have the the $5,000 cap. So take the DCAA for example. When I'm trying to do the permissive tax bylaw, I have to give BC Assessment a percentage. So by giving them a cap of 5,000 and then they have to pay over that, I go off of 2022's assessment and I used 2023's tax rate, which again, their assessment went up 66%. So when doing the calculation to come up to the taxes of $5,000, it's near impossible to work off last year's numbers. And so the idea of still having a cap will be, is really tough. So for this year, they would pay about $7,200 because now we're at 45% above the cap of 5,000 based on now 2023's new assessments. The next year, 2024, if not granted and we continue on the same track, would be 2 seconds. So 2024 at 70% above the cap of $5,000 would roughly be almost $12,000. And then in 2025, if again, based on 2023's assessment doesn't change at all and the tax rate don't change at all, we're looking at $17,000 by 2025.
Thank
But
you.
again, when I did the permissive tax calculation, I came up with 85% would be what they should pay based on the cap, which of course is nowhere near because of their assessment going up 66%. So it's a current issue.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, Your Worship. I just would like some clarification from Councillor Parslow. When we decide we're going to work, we'll exempt them from all taxes if they go into partnership with us. What checks and balances do you expect to see in our partnership with them to make sure that they're holding their side of the bargain for us to give them a discount of $12,000, $17,000 a year?
Well, in my
Councillor Parslow.
Oh, yes. In my vision of things is that we will have an agreement, and it will spell out certain things. One of the things is that there will be access to designated areas for cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, a running track, walking track, use of some City of Dawson Creek golf tournaments, which would be no cost to us, and also whatever tourism dreams up, but more importantly, whatever community groups want to, they would have access to the facility, probably to rent at a small fee, just to cover costs, for functions, meetings, Christmas parties, birthday parties, you name it. It becomes now somewhat integrated into our total recreation package. I used to ski at a number of golf courses in the region, and greens were marked out that you didn't go on the greens, but you could ski all around and through, and it was really good. As a snow jogger, I used to run them as well, and the one that I enjoyed the most, by the way, was Fort Nelson's, but that's that sort of thing. But now it's dead land. It's off limits. It's not used. So it's an easily accessible recreation winter site, right?
Thank you. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I find Councillor Parslow's line of inquiry enticing, but I do, this does essentially, are we talking about varying the policy, or are we essentially rewriting it because what we do for one organization, we're going to be expected to do for everyone? And we spent, I think, 3 years, I don't know if you can hear Flavia screaming from Alberta, but we had this conversation a number of times. The where we landed with the caps and the incremental increases as we that was after a number of meetings, and then to completely upend it based on a single organization's ask is something I'm struggling with. Also, it's yeah, I wouldn't want to be working on the roof today. Sorry, I digress. That's one thing is the golf course does qualify for the exemption. It's the same exemption that all the other nonprofits that qualify for it get at the moment. There already are, and maybe it's a purely political problem, but and what is essentially a subsidy for what's perceived to be a luxury sport, when we're, charging taxes for other organizations, I could see justifiably so getting a great deal of pushback around that because, there's maybe there's not as costly to provide services to the golf course as it is other amenities, but, God forbid if their clubhouse ever catches on fire or they ever have a golf cart stolen, they're going to be phoning the fire department or the police, and that's the single largest line item in our budget. So they do have the use of the amenities that the rest of the public uses as well, and there is a cost to that. So, I'm interested to hear. I do find what Councillor Parslow suggested enticing, but I think this is a pretty big swing to take based off the conversation information we've had here today, especially since the permissive tax exemption's kind of a complicated beast to unravel, and not to suggest my colleagues that are newer to council don't fully understand it, but I wouldn't have at this point in my tenure, and I would want more information before making that kind of commitment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Earl. Just 1 second. Just to staff, Kevin, maybe I think like this whole permissive tax exemption and around this, and then the presentation by the DCAA, like, would this be something that we should maybe defer and have staff come back with, maybe what their recommendations were? And I know that there's some issues possibly with the permissive tax bylaw, like our policy, is this something that would make sense for to move to a later council and have you guys come back? And
So through your worship, it's something that staff could do. As we've probably indicated, Terry's highlighted that there's some challenges with formula. It's tricky, and maybe if we were anticipating fairly stable assessments, small changes, it would be a lot easier. But what we're finding in this instance, when you've got a 66% increase, which is exceptional, it really is challenging to do the formula. And, I hear what Councillor Earl's indicating too. This, at the time when Flavia was here and started this, and she put a lot of time and effort, staff did, met with people, council, to come up with a formula that we felt met the desire of what council was trying to achieve. And so we've heard from one, and I don't know if we've heard from others, but even this one group aside, from a staff perspective, I've heard from Terry a number of times to say that this is a very complex, challenging formula from a staff perspective. So would we be willing to look at it? Absolutely. But you have budget and everything else on the go. So it depends on the sensitivity of the decision of this matter, I guess.
Yeah. Terry?
So through your worship, I'm happy to work with whatever council puts forward. I just, like Kevin said, it is always working on a year behind. So to try to get what council wishes to accomplish by giving these thresholds, so say we capped the threshold at $10,000, we would still be in the same issue that we are this year when assessment goes way up like it did for DCAA. So it's either, I have ideas on what I could bring forward. However, council's direction on how they want permissive tax to go, I would need a little bit of guidance for the easiest way to have a permissive tax exemption is to have specific criteria, say 10 heightened criteria of, what is the not-for-profit, the church provide to the community? Do they meet the 10 criteria? And if they did, they could get 100% tax exemption. And if they only met, 7, they could get 75, and then they could get 50. That is an easy thing because it's not affected by assessment. It is, but not for the city's perspective. So if we say, you know, we want to give you a 75% tax exemption, well, 75% of their assessment will be non-taxable, and 20, so it's not trying to reach a threat. It's very hard to explain. That's why I did the PowerPoint, because it's a really complicated formula, and I know Flavia worked really hard on it, and nothing against the formula, but we're always a year behind. So it's, and even this year for the permissive, I upped the assessment, but I think 5%, and the use 2023's tax rate. But again, I mean, I'm never going to predict a 66% increase in assessment. So I'm happy to do whatever council wishes, but I'm just not sure how to achieve it, honestly.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I was just, asking too, because, what Councillor Earl was saying about, the taxes, and they do use service. It does make sense, but it also, they've said that they are fine, paying some taxes. But when you're going from 5,000 to 7,000 to 12 to 17, in a nonprofit, it's just not them that it's going to affect. It's the community, and then so that's one group we've heard from. Yeah, there was the right intention 3 years ago to put this in, but it's a different world today, and things change, and we might have to adapt to it. But there's a lot of other organizations that this is going to, start to impact. And it's not because I'm, all about the golf course. I'm just thinking about the bigger picture of all the groups and nonprofits. So, Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just get back to Councillor Parslow's motion there. I don't know that we as a city need to try and be the go-between of different groups in our community. Right, we have a Nordic club for ski trails. We have a golf club. I don't know that we want to be that third party in their partnerships, right? To try and enforce partnerships on our service providers, our different groups in town. I would much rather the DCAA and the golf course do their own work to build their own partnerships where we don't need to be involved in, right? And that we don't have to set a contract with them for them to meet, and now we're policing them and trying to do that. I'd rather just others do their own partnerships than us be involved in that at all.
Thank you. Councillor Parslow.
Well, there have been several points raised, so go back to Councillor Earl. The motion reads that council agree in principle. That's the only decision. We will then see what collaborative working relationship is developed before we make any decisions. So this is just empowering staff to explore the collaborative partnership. We have collaborative partnerships with all sorts of organizations, pretty well lots of them. So we are engaged. I thought the appropriate engagement in this particular one is around recreation and possibly tourism. And it's not without precedent. Certainly, my third motion does deal with changing the policy. There's at least one other group that does so much to the general community that I believe should be totally exempt as well. And as Terry was suggesting, that there's a different ways of approaching it. So I do believe the policy needs to be looked at for, and I have that in my third motion. So this is approval in principle. The DCAA is a natural to have a partnership as it relates to recreation. That's how they got started. They were the recreation push in this community for decades. And I think they would be very willing partners. There are some future possibilities for their engagement that would transform things as well, but I'm not at liberty to talk about those right now. at this open meeting. So I stand by my motion.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion to the motion? No? All right, if there isn't any, I will call this motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's defeated. 4-3. Councillor Apollonio, Councillor Kemp, Councillor Earl, Councillor McDonald voted against. All right, anybody else like to, another motion?
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
Councillor Parslow?
I'd like to move that staff revise the permissive tax exemption policy to address implementation issues when there is a significant change in property assessment, disparities in the tax exemption limits, and the criteria for providing 100% exemption.
Do I have a second? Councillor Earl? I guess maybe just before I go to Councillor Earl, Terry, did you want to speak to this, or do you want to, like, is this something that's easy for you to do since you understand the permissive tax exemption policy the best?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Councillor Parslow and I quickly had a conversation about, you know, with about the DCAA and about their assessment going up and the issues that I have. And again, if I was going to present something to council, it would be based on a percentage of a permissive tax and just heightened criteria, for the simple fact that when we have caps and thresholds, again, it makes it really tough. So as Kevin had stated, I'm happy to bring something for council, but this is the really busy time of the year with the budget and financial plan and tax rate, and so I will do my best to get you something, but it will have to be fairly soon, because I mean, the bylaw has to be done by October 31st, so it's all, you know, a matter of timing. So we would have to have a policy in place so we could let organizations know about the change. So, I mean, I'm happy to work diligently on it and do my best. If council has any suggestions or things that they would like to see, I'd love to try and implement them.
Okay, thanks, Terry. Councillor Earl?
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Terry. Sorry to be putting you on the spot like this. No, I think to the matter before us with respect to the exemption for the golf course, I think if we're going to revisit how we do it, we should be doing it as a matter of policy, not as kind of a one-off. So I think if we want to revisit it and tighten that up, that's the way to go. And I think based on the challenges you have articulated here, a percentage-based exemption would probably serve us better than a dollar value. Although we do get back to the issue that we had previously, where it was essentially, you know, the subsidy is as high as property values can go. So there's no, the problem we were having initially is it was an open-ended subsidy, and we were trying to rein that in. So, yeah, how that is incorporated into any new policy would be something I'm interested in hearing about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion to this motion? No, everybody's clear on the motion? Yeah. Okay, I will call this motion to vote. Oh, did it freeze? We're good. It's carried. Thank you. Next, we had 10.3, the delegation from Culture, Parks, and Recreation Master Plan. I don't think there was any ask out of that, right? No? Okay. I guess just before I move on, Councillor Parslow, you did say you had 3. It was just, that was it, right? Okay. Okay, thank you. 11, we have the CAO operational updates.
Through your worship, thank you. Just a quick one. We chatted earlier about committee of the whole. There was some discussion internally and with the mayor here last week about how we should proceed with committee of the whole and whether we should do it differently than we have been for a number of years. It's a significant amount of work every second meeting for staff to accumulate data from various departments, bring it all together, compose a report, get it in. And we're happy to do that if there's value and council, is getting what they need out of it. But alternatively, we were talking about using committee of the whole in more of a traditional sense, which is, we chatted earlier about the SPCA contract. And so something like that where council sees a topic or a need to really have a wholesome discussion, not necessarily a decision, and we could move that topic to a committee of the whole. Staff could bring a report based on that, and then, with the whole idea of having a discussion. So that would change us doing standard monthly reports from all the departments, and it would be more solely focused on specific topics of interest for council, or staff may even, proactively bring something forward to committee of the whole if we were looking at a significant change like permissive tax exemption, where you might want to come and just have a discussion about some different philosophies, some different ideas, allow it to kind of, percolate a little bit, and come back in a couple weeks at the regular meeting, and maybe that's when staff would bring forward the actual report. Council will have had an opportunity to think about things, and they much better prepared to make a decision and not feel like they need to make it maybe is more on the spot. So, just throwing that out, see if, what council's thoughts or any feelings on that are.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. I think too, just doing it that way, it would allow staff to have an understanding of where this council's direction is, because, and also if the Parks and Rec were doing something, they could come in as committee of the whole and give us a report. This is what they're thinking of doing, and see if it's even, remotely on the same page of where we're at. Yeah, and like Kevin said, the amount of time that goes into the staff doing these reports, it's fairly significant. And I know there's value. I know we read it. And we did talk about maybe changing this earlier on, but we felt like with a new council that it would be good to bring everybody up to speed, new council, on, which each department is at. But it was more about how do we best utilize the staff's time, and so. Councillor Parslow.
Oh, sorry, no.
Well, Councillor Earl.
Do you want me to speak?
I'm not going to comment. I always want you to speak.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm amenable to this. I think in meetings there are times where you'd like a bit more latitude to network ideas and workshop them outside the formal motion vote process. But we also need to be able to do that in full view of the public, and I think that presents a good opportunity to do it. I do read the reports, and even when I don't ask questions, I find them very useful, and I use the information in there when I'm talking to the public. If they have a question, I can either refer to that, or at least I know who I should be talking to or who I should be referring them to on the issue. And I'm wondering, we may not have to have it as part of a formal council meeting, but how we as council in service to our capacity that we have to provide some oversight, how we would access that information so we're keeping up to speed on things. Because, I rely on the intuition of staff to bring us matters that are relevant to what we're doing. But it's also, you guys aren't mind readers, and you don't know what's important to the 7 different people up here too. So if we can access that information independently, it doesn't have to happen in a council meeting, but to make sure that we're still able to confidently look to the public and say we've provided the oversight that you've empowered us to provide. Right.
So through your worship, I'm sure there's some avenues that we can provide access to building permit stats, or our public works data, or the pool stats and those types of things that you could access. And we could also look at doing, just whether it's maybe quarterly or whatever, maybe we come in and do that as well, or something different. Open to ideas, but I think just doing it every month is maybe not as necessary, but we can certainly ensure that council has access to the data one way or the other, so, you don't lose that aspect of the operation.
From what I understood from our conversations around this, Kevin, like if, Councillor Earl, for example, wanted to find out some things about building permit, or he's getting lots of questions about that, that would be just a request where we could put in and be like, could we on our next committee, the whole, get a report from
Yeah, absolutely.
from that department?
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, we collect the data anyways. It's just the reports is we're having to pull it from a bunch of different areas, different staff, formulate it, put it into a nice, format and move it forward. So that data exists. So really, if there's just access to it, that might be a first step, right? So we can look at that as well.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Any other questions for Kevin? I thought you said you were ignoring me. Did you hit that on purpose?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I like
Councillor
I
Parslow.
would suggest the data is whatever you keep. And I think if you point us in the direction where it can be found, so maybe electronically accessible by us, that should be sufficient, I would think. But one of the things I've, in a sense, missed from my previous career is when we had a problem, we sat round and we shared. We first of all got a mutual understanding of what was the problem, what are we trying to solve, and ideas. So like the discussion vis-a-vis Dawson Creek Athletic Association as an example, right? I have a concern. And Terry's got some concerns about the policy. I have concerns. I meet with Terry, and Darcy was fully informed, and it was on the agenda. But then I think the next step was we'd have a committee of the whole, and you ask the questions that you have, and so on, and we then might massage it so that everybody can live with it, right? Yeah. So I think there's a much better way of using the committee the whole time. Collaboration's the name of the game.
Thanks, Councillor Parslow.
Is that succinct enough?
Councillor McDonald?
Through your worship, Kevin, how long would you say it takes on average to prepare a report for the committee of the whole?
So through your worship, I would suspect that staff, probably a couple, 3 hours, multiple staff, because it comes from various areas and funnels to, the report writer. There's multiple hours that are
Right.
spent in pulling
And
it all
if we
together.
were
writing.
to switch that every second month, bi-monthly, would it grow? Would it be 6 hours then? Would it be a time savings?
So I think the time spent doing the report is going to be roughly the same, whether
Roughly the
it's,
same.
every month or every second month or every third month to some degree there. It's not going to double if it's held off.
So, like Councillor Earl, I see great value in reading the reports. I truly do. I think it helps us be informed, helps us be part of the check and balance. I would say, if we went down to a proper report every second month, right? So we're making better use of our staff time, that they can give us a proper report every 2 months. That would be more where I would like to fall on that.
Would you not, like Kevin did mention, quarterly possibly, like we're talking not much difference? One more report you're thinking, like I understand where you're coming from, but I think if quarterly is easier, I'm not going to be held up on a month. But.
I just think dropping from 12 to 4, that's a big drop, right? If we go from 12 to 6 reports, right, we're doing better, right? Or, sorry, Councillor Earl, am I wrong?
We don't
No,
do
just-
committee the whole of the summer.
Oh, okay, so 10,
Yeah.
right? But my preference would be every second month over quarterly.
Okay. I don't know if you need Kevin. Oh, sorry, Brenda.
Go ahead, Brenda, if you.
Yeah, through your worship, if there is a change in the current procedure, there should be a motion that's voted on all of council.
Okay.
So if somebody wants to make a motion and we can get some direction, because I've heard multiple, options. So the way it sits is if we do nothing, I'm hearing there's value in the reports, from some. Others, I'm saying we can do without. I think it would be good for staff to get some consensus direction then on how we proceed. So if we don't, then I guess we stay the status quo and we keep doing what we have been doing.
Okay. Councillor McDonald, were you wanting to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. Thank you, through your worship. I'd like to make a motion that moving forward, we proceed with committee of the whole reports received every second month compared to every month as of right now.
I have a seconder. Councillor Sednick, there might be a little complications because we don't do them for the summer, so.
Right.
So is that clear? Okay. Councillor Earl, I'll let you.
Thank you. Yeah, that was what I was going to ask, just the clarification on, are we moving from 9 to 5 then, or 9 to 4, or?
So through your worship, I'll ask the councillor who moved the motion, would we still not do those in the summer months and every other month that we typically do, or would we do some within the summer and just do it every second month throughout the entire year?
Okay, just before you answer that, Brenda, how many committee of the wholes do we have annually? Do you know that off?
The Committee of the Whole is the second meeting of every month, and the summer months for July, August, and sometimes September due to UBCM. So there would be 3 months that we would have no Committee of the Whole.
So 9, then
would be
Councillor Earl was,
9.
do we go down to 5 or 4? Can we make an amendment can I make an amendment to the motion to move it to quarterly? So 4 times a year? Councillor Parslow will second. Councillor McDonald?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, here you go. Okay. Councillor Parslow?
Yeah, I support that. It is a bit of a compromise, but I would have no reports, just access to the data, but I'm willing to live with this as we move forward cautiously. Okay? Because essentially, this is about $75,000 worth of work you're talking about, okay, on an annual basis. And staff, I know, are busy. And if it is valuable, though, to you in oversight, I understand that. So I will support 3 months. I think every quarterly, I think that's a good step forward.
Thank you, Councillor Parslow. Councillor Earl, or did you? Oh,
Councillor Parslow covered off.
okay. All right, any more discussion? Yeah, I will, yeah, I'll make, okay. You ready? Okay, so I will call the amendment to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. So if there's no discussion on the motion with the amended, Councillor Parslow?
No, sorry.
Okay. I will call that to vote. Okay, yeah, I don't have the little arrow on my screen. It was, and then it went away. No.
Okay, so just for clarity, did you just want to read this back, Brenda, just so we're all clear? Or Joe?
That staff provides the committee of the whole reports every 2 months with effect from January 2023. So every 2 months.
And then as amended?
And then it was
And then as
amended.
amended, that CAR reports be provided quarterly with effect from 2023. Sorry.
Okay, well, that's
Yeah,
fine.
That's the amendment.
Okay. So just to be clear, if council wants, the reports quarterly, then we would vote on it. If you don't see the need in the reports, then you would vote against it. That's what I'm understanding. Yeah. All right, any other discussion? No? Okay, I will call this motion as amended to vote. Vote is closed. It's carried 6-1. All right. I did. Okay. The motion?
To quarterly.
Yeah.
And that's what passed.
No, yeah. It's confusing things. Can I not?
You made a mistake.
No, it's fine. Yeah.
He didn't want it at all.
Okay. All right, Kevin, did you have more on your update?
Just one quick thing, Your Worship, is just a reminder, we have booked strategic planning for March 16th and 17th.
Yep.
And there'll be more information that follows, and Fiona will be in touch with all of council on that. So.
Thanks, Kevin. All right, next order of business, we have the diary. Anything, diary? No. Consent calendar? No. Strategic, 2022 strategic priorities. Kevin just touched on that we have that book, so we will. There's no media here. And then 17, I just need a motion to recess to close. 17.1, resolution to move into meeting of council closed to the public. Agenda items 4.1 and 4.2, section 90 minutes, as previously noted. Agenda item 7.1, hiring procedures. 8.1, withheld resolutions, CAO recruitment. 9.1, staff position vacancies. 10.1, remuneration council policy as per section 91C, and labor relations or other employee relations. Can I have a motion to close? Councillor McDonald, second. Councillor Kemp, I'll call that motion to vote. Vote is closed. That's carried. So we will take however much time we need to get into closed.